Ashburton District Council meeting for Wednesday the 10th of June. I'm going to start this meeting with the whakatauki. He rere te huata kapohia, when the spear flies, grab it. And that was something I found to, in light of seizing the opportunity today. We've got quite a big agenda and lots to discuss. I'll call for apologies. We have Councillor Russell Ellis as an apology, and we have absent from the room Councillor Phil Everest, but he is here on Teams. I will call for any items of extraordinary business. None. Any declarations of interest on any of our items on the agenda today? No, thank you. We're going to start our meeting with Public Forum, and I'd like to welcome Sarah Ward, who is the Manager for Refugee and Migrant Services, here today. She's joining us on the screen. We also have Jane Wallace from our Refugee Services, Mercedes Welcome from Welcoming Communities, and Tony Durham, in case we have any questions that Sarah can't answer. So welcome, Sarah. Thank you for joining us, and you've got an update for us.
Kia ora koutou. Yes, thanks so much for having me. I'm here today just to provide an update from Immigration around the Refugee Resettlement Programme and an upcoming change for the Ashburton District. We have just done our annual quota composition planning based in line with the UNHCR's recommendations for priority groups. And the upcoming change for Ashburton is from February 2027, so we've got 7 months. We'd like to begin introducing Colombian and Venezuelan refugees as part of the resettlement program in Ashburton. Many people will probably be aware of the Colombian political situation. It's one of the longest standing human rights conflicts in the world. The Venezuelan situation is increasingly become more of a priority for UNHCR. There's about 7 million people that are displaced, and a really tiny percentage of them get put forward for resettlement. New Zealand's been taking Venezuelans for the last year and a half, I think now, and have largely been settling them in the same communities where we've been settling Colombians. So I'm really open to answering any questions around this, but kind of the high-level points would be, they're Spanish-speaking communities. The Venezuelans will have a higher range of skills probably than you might have seen in your other communities that have resettled through the resettlement program. Their displacement is relatively newer, so you've got people with health degrees and engineering degrees, and the challenge for that will be, qualification recognition when they get here. So that's one of the things we look to support as best we can. Relatively small families, 3 or 4 families, groupings, really into sport, music. We've been resettling Colombians and Venezuelans in Porto Whenua really successfully. So there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from other regions that have been doing that mahi as well. So happy to take questions if that's helpful.
Thanks, Sarah. And just a quick question from me first. What numbers are you looking at? Because I know we have around 100 people per annum now, so will that increase?
No, so the numbers will stay the same. What you'll see is less Afghans coming into the community. So it will be primarily Venezuelans and Colombians, and then the Afghans that will come through will be most likely family linked. So people who already have connections in the region.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Hello. I know we've had difficulty with English language being a barrier to Afghan refugees. What are the English abilities that you know of these new refugees, and will you provide support, because this is a vital element for us?
Yeah, It will vary. There'll be some Spanish speakers, some of the cohort who will have had more exposure to English language. They tend to be urban refugees, so there's more likelihood that they will be using English language. And if they've gone through a university qualification or tertiary study, then that will be more prevalent than probably the Afghan group. However, language isn't a requirement of the humanitarian program, so you end up getting an entire range. We know from refugees that are settled in New Zealand, English language learning is one of their primary concerns when they get here. So there is a senior officials group that looks at refugee resettlement program across government, and looking and considering how we increase English language acquisition early on is one of the conversations we're having now, because it's been raised as a real priority for people that come through the program.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Is this a national change in direction, or is this an Ashburton change in direction from our Afghan refugees to this other group of refugees?
Yeah, good question. So government sets the international regional percentages that we take from every 3 years, and we update it every year. There's no change to that. So nationally, we take 50% of our refugees from the Asia-Pacific region. We take 10% from the Americas. So this is a change in domestically where we're allocating ethnic communities. And there is a decrease in Afghan refugees generally. So it's an opportunity to start a new community here in Ashburton.
Thank you. Question from Councillor Everest.
Yes, thank you. Siri, I don't think you answered the question from Councillor Moffat about support for Spanish-speaking language, specifically in Ashburton. Are you going to provide any of that facility for us? It's not necessarily the same as we need for Afghans, obviously.
Apologies, sorry, Phil. I thought the question was around English language. The government obviously has language assistance support through all the government services. So there's some free interpreting for users of government services, and that's funded through central government agencies. At a local level, I'm not sure what's actually already in place. Maybe Mercedes or Tony would have a better update on that.
Who can answer that question? Tony?
Thank you, Millers. This is probably a piece of unfolding work for us as we understand our new refugee profile, and also what services we actually already have in the district in terms of existing Spanish-speaking populations that might then better wrap around and help to get our new refugees up to speed strongly with English as a second language. But we do know we're challenged here, but just because of the size and proximity that we have as a community, we don't have the English language tutors available, or the services available at a readily accessible level. So that's something that we're working on, and Mercedes is continuing to keep trying to find new avenues to bring something specific to Ashburton for this.
Thank you. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Hi, Sarah. Some of our current or past refugees have, with older children, sort of teenage and older, have tended to want to drift to the bigger centres, to the cities and university, etc. Do you take into account demographics with these Colombians?
Yeah, we do. And I mean, that's not a challenge that's unique to Ashburton. However, I would say with our cohorts from the Americas, we haven't seen that shift. So I think I mentioned before, we've been resettling, for example, Colombians and Venezuelans in Methven for, I think, 3-4 years now, and we haven't seen that shift up to the cities. So we don't expect that's going to be a trend we'll see in Ashburton as much as you'll have seen with the Afghan community.
Councillor Moffat.
Will there be additional funding or different streams of funding for the refugee settlement service here in Ashburton?
So funding will remain the same. So this isn't an additional number of people. This is a change of population. Over the next 6-7 months, and actually beyond that, we'll look to support the team that are doing the direct settlement on the ground through, community engagement initiatives and bringing in resources and training up stakeholders in the region around this community. So that'll be kind of an ongoing piece of work that we'll be doing. In a lot of regions, we will bring in members from that ethnic community to train stakeholders or work with schools just to develop awareness. So that's what I kind of see as our commitment in the short term.
Julie?
Right, can I add to that? I'm thinking more of our team here will need more support with dealing with a different culture. So does our team here feel that they're equipped to deal with another culture coming in with different needs, that kind of thing?
Jane, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Melas. The team are very happy to navigate a new ethnic group. We know we do have a couple of Spanish speaking English teachers that are already in the centre, just to answer your original question. The process will be the same. It'll just be the same but different, and we look forward to that challenge. We also look forward to any speed bumps. We will talk to, obviously, Tony and Mercedes and Sarah, but I think if we're getting in experts and other supports from our ministry, we will be able to navigate that really swiftly. We're flexible and we're an agile team. Hope that answers your question. Kia ora.
Thanks, Jane. Are there any more questions for Sarah? No? Thanks, Sarah. Thank you so much for the update, and we look forward to welcoming new former refugees into the Ashburton community, and I think we welcome diverse culture here, so it'll be great.
Brilliant. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. So, and thanks Jane and Mercedes for joining us. So we will go now to the confirmation of the minutes from the council meeting on the 20th of May. And this is on page 4 of the agenda. Are there any changes or amendments to be made on page 4, page 5, or page 6? If not, can I please have a mover that the minutes of that meeting be taken as read and confirmed? Councillor Cameron, you'd like to move that? Councillor Todd, second. All those in favour, aye. Against, no, carried. Thank you. Next we have the receipt of minutes for the Three Waters Committee, which was held on the 13th of May. Are there any corrections on page 7 or 8? If not, would someone like to move that we receive those minutes? Councillor Moffat and Councillor Hooper. All those in favour, aye. Councillor Wilson.
Question,
yes.
with regards to the recommendations, you're going to cover them separately, or are they going to be covered?
That one comes through separately. Yeah, that's a standalone report coming through. Thank you. Next we have the airport subcommittee meeting, which was also held on the 13th of May. And just any corrections on page 9. Can I have someone move that we receive those minutes? Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Todd. And again, the recommendations come through on a separate report. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Item number 7, we have the Creative Communities Assessment Committee minutes. Are on page 10 and 11. Would someone like to move that we receive those minutes? Councillor Gilkison, Councillor Moffat. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Item number 8, we have the Road Safety Coordinating Committee minutes from the 5th of May. Are there any corrections on page 12 or 13? If not, can I have a mover that we receive those minutes? Councillor Hooper, Councillor Maxwell. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Item number 9. It's the Methven Community Board minutes from their meeting on the 25th of May. The terms of reference will come through in item 12. So if I can have a mover and a seconder that we receive those minutes. Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Gilkinson. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you. There is a recommendation there on page 15 that council puts a temporary trial in place to restrict the drop-off of whiteware goods and reuse items during the manned hours, with a progress report to be provided at the next community board meeting on the 29th of June, with trial results presented at the following meeting on the 17th of August. Can I have someone move and second that recommendation, please? Councillor Gilkinson move. Councillor Cameron second. Any debate or discussion? Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Gilkinson?
Yeah, we were presented a report around this, and it was basically around people not adhering to the rules and it costing a lot of money for basically dumping things that weren't appropriate. So this was a good trial solution that was put forward. Shouldn't cost too much to do, and then hopefully we'll be able to get a good understanding if the community can keep this service or not in a different way.
Thank you. Any further speakers for or against? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, you
please?
can ask a question.
Infrastructure, paved footpath cleaning.
Which page?
Page 16, item 8.2. When we did our bus tour up there, we noticed that the footpaths needed some attention. We also noticed other things like step damage going up to the hall, and another few things that need tidying up. Is this the only one that's been tidied up at the moment, if I can ask the representatives on the committee, or are other things being done as well?
I'll hand over to Tony. She will help us with that one.
Thank you, Mayor Liz. So we have had an on-site meeting with the Methven Community Board and done a walkthrough of the CBD. And so we've got a list of initiatives that need to be, projects that need to be undertaken. This is one of them. And the work is about to get underway on repairing the pavers outside the Mountain Hut Hall as well.
Right, thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. Anything else?
And there was also there's a few sunken areas of garden that had been, they're all been sorted at the same time.
Yes, they're on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're going to reports now, and our first report is item number 10, simplifying local government, and councillors will know that this is in a separate document, and this is around our initial options for the Head Start pathway. And just while councillors are getting that up on their screens, I'd just like to thank staff for the quick turnaround of this report. I think it was requested at the last council meeting, so 3 weeks ago, to get our options on possible Head Start options. So thank you very much for collating this and then presenting it to us. And also, of course, we had the survey that closed around a couple of weeks, a week or so ago, so you've managed to get all those details up as well to give us a bit of a picture of our options going forward. So I know you've got some slides there, so I think what we may do, we'll get Tony to go through the slides, and then councillors, if you've got any questions, we'll ask those during the slides. We've got some recommendations there that I would like to take in separate parts, and then we can have a good old discussion about our options. Councillor Moffat, did you have a question?
Yeah, I think it's better before we get into the slides. I'm just looking at one that I think is an omission, and I know you can't cover every single scenario and possibility, but I do notice that none of the options do mention Christchurch, and I think that, you know, in this great world of uncertainty we live in, if the government, by some reason, could lump us with a huge urban area, we have no idea what that would look like at this point. So I'm just wondering why there wasn't a Christchurch scenario in there.
Hamish?
I think we've focused very much on the Head Start pathway. So the government lumping us in with somebody won't happen through Head Start. So these are the options that we've distilled from the conversations we've had to date that we think you as councillors would like or could potentially discuss as potential options to voluntarily opt for. We've heard nothing in any of the conversations that council intends to voluntarily opt to go with Christchurch. So therefore we haven't included it in these options, which are very much about the Head Start pathway, and of course is a much more compressed time frame and isn't a government-led process. It's council-led. Should we not end up with either putting a proposal in or having an approved process, an approved proposal, then council will automatically go through the government-led process post 2028, which may or may not include any number of other options.
Thank you. So everyone's clear on that. We can put our proposal in for Head Start if we wish, but it may not get ticked off and confirmed, which would mean it would automatically go into the backstop option. Councillor Todd.
Thank you. I do have an option that talks about Christchurch but doesn't talk about lumping us with Christchurch, so I'll just put that on the table before we start.
Okay, you bring that up later.
And just to note, this council can't put in an option by itself.
No.
So it does require proposals to be submitted with at least one other council or multiple councils. So it's not about us just choosing what's right for us through the Head Start pathway either.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. And just following on from Hamish's comment, when as we go through this, I understand the idea is to select our preferred options, and then that will go back for additional review, and then it will come back to council. In that additional review, will you then go and talk to the people who are our preferred options, the councils, and see the likelihood of that? Will there be a likelihood component in that conversation? Because we may go down and say,
yes,
yeah, you understand what I'm saying?
Quite possibly, and I guess that ties back to the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, where we put a motion forward to, in principle, put a proposal forward for Canterbury for the Head Start pathway. So there's still a lot of discussions.
That's right. Yeah,
to happen, and I don't know if you want to comment any more on that, but I think it will tie in with Canterbury Mayoral Forum meetings.
Yes, and it's it potentially is necessary once this council has refined options to see how those might resonate with neighbours and other councils in Canterbury. Remembering that every council is doing similar work to us, and some are already specifically asking their communities about particular options, and they may or may not coincide with the options that that we might prefer. So it's a very much a moving jigsaw at the moment.
Tony, I'll hand over to you, and if you want to go through the slides. So I think, have you got some survey details first?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Liz. So what we thought we'd do today is just cover off at a high level what's actually covered into the reports, just so that we've got a common operating picture as we head into the discussion. So I'm going to hand over to Mark to talk through the survey stuff.
Thank you. So, as you know, we did a survey which was just out for just over a couple of weeks. We essentially asked 3 questions. The first one was around what people thought about the government's proposal around the Head Start process and their proposal around getting rid of regional councils and that sort of thing. We had about 370 responses over the course of the 2 weeks. And in terms of this particular question, you'll see that there was sort of a mix of views, is the best way to describe it. Certainly some in support, some opposed. Also a lot wanting more information and didn't know about what potentially that might, how that might play out. So mix of views, but I guess the key message is that there's sort of a impression that care should be taken in deciding what approach should be taken going forward, and people wanted to be involved as well.
Councillor Wilson, question?
Would it be fair to comment from that slide though that there's maybe indecision, or the information's not enough to perhaps make a decision? Because if you've got every single one is ticked off, that's quite random almost in a way, rather than a conscious decision maybe, is it?
I think there's definitely a need for more information that people are seeking. But obviously there's people who, if you look at the strongly support 20%, strongly opposed 20%, so they're sort of people who have made their minds up. But other than that, there's people seeking more information as to what it might look like.
Thank you.
So the next question was around asking people, I guess, to rank what they thought was important about local government to them, sort of a principle-based approach, so particularly around representation and decision making. This is a preferentially based question, so I guess the key message from this that we see is there's a clear preference for local input, either through local representatives, through local decision making, through fair representation for communities of interest. So you'll see those top 3 were the ones that came out on top, less so for sort of accountability and access. In terms of that question,
Councillor Wilson?
The question, I'm interested to understand, question 1, or the top one, local elected members who live and understand my area. I understand, okay, yes, people want, but then I see 5, it says easy access to elected members, being able to contact them, being heard. I would have thought those 2 questions are basically the same question, but we've got them at the opposite ends of the spectrum. Is that, it seems odd that if you're locally elected member, would be, I find that odd that they're completely the same question to me, but they're opposite ends of the answers.
yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a reflection that people want local representatives available, and maybe it's more around the fact that they only access them if they need to. So that may be the reflection of what's come through in the answer.
Thank you.
And then the last question was around what was sort of the largest priority for Ashburton District in terms of reform, the highest priority. So this question again, sort of 3 areas came out on top: maintaining and improving sort of the services that councils deliver, a strong local voice and local decision making, and keeping rates low, but also maintaining those service levels. In terms of the other responses, I guess the priorities were sort of less so around what are the stated goals of the reform, which are around better coordination and planning and less duplication. So they're the ones that didn't necessarily come through on top, but again, the sort of that local focus was emphasised through the answers that came through.
Any questions? Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Sorry, Mark, I missed. How many people completed the survey?
There was about 370.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting because, as I mentioned previously, the strong local voice thing was something that I was receiving quite a bit, but yet Councillor Cameron wasn't receiving the same. So I guess it's You haven't got any breakdown of demographics at all, the survey, have you? So that
No, it was very much the first pass. I mean, it's not a scientific survey. It's just an opportunity for people to give their initial views on the reform and what they thought was important about local government in this area.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I think to add to that, if you're looking to try and get a sample, we could start to say this type of demography is telling us this type of story. We'd need we would need a much larger base to do that with any sort of evidence base.
Councillor Cameron?
When you go down further on this presentation, it talks about the merge suggestions. And I don't want to preempt a conversation we're yet to have, but do we have any breakdown of those merge suggestions?
In the material on Stella, so there's a whole range of comments that people provided along with the survey. So we have.
Yeah, I'm looking at those. Yeah.
So we haven't analysed those in great detail.
Yeah.
But you'll see from reading through them, that's again a range of views that people
everywhere.
have.
Yeah, but you just got the total of 31. I just wondered if there was a common thing, but no. Yeah, because I thought that was quite interesting. Thank you.
Tony? Oh, you've turned yourself off. There you
Lovely,
go.
thank you. So then the second part to this is the actual scenario work that we undertook. So we started out with a long list of about a dozen potential options, and we whittled it down only to 8, which are the scenarios that form the bulk of the report that you've got in front of you. So the scenarios are, we'll just quickly whip through them. The first one is looking at Ashburton District Council just as a unitary on its own. Sorry, before I dig into this, I think it's important to acknowledge we've just done a first pass assessment of what it could look like. We're not saying it's 100% comprehensive. I think there's gaps that we can find all the way through it. But at the same time, it was drawn from as many different existing sources that are publicly available as we could find. So we leaned into Stats New Zealand data, census data, Infometrics data, and we also pulled data from the taxpayers' report. So they were relatively strong sets that we could use. We use the data sources to construct the different scenarios, and we want to try and get a common operating picture of what we would have looked like if we were a part of scenario 1 to 8, and then we did a SWOT analysis based on that. All the scenarios here are technically viable, but then of course the assessment part to it has been based on an interpretation of being able to meet the criteria, which is coming out of the DIA guidance. And I think it's important to remember that it's not a hard and fast calculation. As DIA and Sarah spoke to us that day, they're likely to, as a cabinet, they're likely to assess in the round to see how it all washes through. So there is no magic formula that we can apply that'll pop us out with the magic answer. Is really the sum up.
Thank you. And as we've been told time and time again, it's a voluntary process, and it's also a chance for us, or an opportunity for us to shape what our future could look like. Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. I just have a question. I'm looking at the first option, which is Ashburton Unitary. And before I ask my question, I'd just like to say, congratulations on endeavouring to undertake sort of a first past the post assessment, because I acknowledge it's a big job. When I look at population and growth, you've got population growth under the scenario profile on page 7, and under there it's got 60. We've got over 65 challenge, ageing trend will still increase future service demand. And then we go down to the SWOT analysis. We're talking about we have a growing population base and younger age profile. I always thought that we would disproportionately had a greater than 65-year-old component to our community compared to the rest of the country.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. We're an interesting profile. Yes, we're ageing, as is basically the most of the comparable councils that we've talked to, that we've used in this data set. But we do have an interesting population profile coming through in terms of young families, and so that helps to keep us relatively young in some aspects compared to others. And I think that's because of our economy and the fact that we draw people here for work, and they're often coming with young families.
Have you got a further question, Councillor Cameron?
No, I haven't.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Before we dive into each one of those, I just wanted your key assessment criteria. I agreed with you had demographic, which is obvious population size. You had economic. but you had the scale of the economy, productivity, industry composition, and resilience. And I was concerned that you were missing the, I look at this reorganisation of local government as the prize of doing it, not of the, we can look internal at council and go, oh, we're going to have less staff and we're going to do all this stuff, but I look at what's the benefit of us doing it. And so I looked at unlocking Canterbury's economic potential. And then I melded that to environmental. Environmentally had natural systems, emissions profile. I didn't think emissions profile was even something we'd be talking about, because if you put two councils together, you would expect and hope that the emissions doesn't suddenly go up or down, because what was the first council doing? It should have been doing it anyway. But the environmental link to economic is unlocking the potential of Canterbury, with currently ECAN is holding back our consenting process and is putting huge barriers in the way to stopping economic and environmental improvements. So I see that as a prize, and I just was concerned that a lot of these scenarios didn't actually look at the prize. They looked at the internal costs, not the prize that we win from doing it. And I thought the prize was greater than a lot of the losses or the minor stuff. I'd call emissions as something, but it's not a deal breaker.
Hamish?
I think one thing to keep in mind when you make your own judgment calls on this is that everyone's judgment is valid, because you bring your own experiences and thinking to it. So we're not trying to hold up an assessment as being the gospel according to anything, and if you've got a different view, that's perfectly valid. Just note, though, in relation to ECAN has gone under every scenario. So the prize, as you call it, is achieved via the overall reform. It's not achieved more or less via a particular structure, which we're being asked to consider via Head Start. So there's the reform sees regional councils across New Zealand come to an end. Now that is a fact for every single structural scenario. And so if the prize is no ECAN, and I say if, then that's achieved no matter what structure might be your preferred option.
Thank you. I think, should we go through all the 8 scenarios, and then if anyone has any questions on those, you've got something first, Councillor Hooper.
Quick one. Can we just say which one we're going through? We've got 4 folders there in Stella, so I think we were sort of hopping from folder to folder, so that'd be handy. But also going forward, this might be a premature question coming up. Are we going to have as a part of our consultation or next round of surveys, should council opt into Head Start or backstop as one of the likely questions? I'm just, the way I see it is we're kind of in the gun either way here, that if we look to design our own future by taking part in Head Start, then the public, if they don't agree with us, are going to go, well, you guys opted for that scenario. If we say, well, it's all too quick, we haven't got enough information, and we go to backstop, the public could say, well, you didn't bloody do anything, so you get what you deserve. So I'm just wondering if it'd be really nice to find out what the public thinks we should do right from the word go, sort of thing.
We will ask any question the council decides is worth asking in that community survey. If just remembering that Head Start or backstop is simply a process to an outcome, one in which there is more control for local government, one where there is presumably less, but neither of them lead to a particular outcome. They're just process. But if it's council's will to ask which process the community prefers, then we can do that. We're in your hands.
Yeah, we'll give direction on the survey. Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, just a comment on that. I think there's certain circumstances, and this is one of them. This is why we're here. This is why the public elected us for these kinds of decisions. So, yeah.
Still a very big decision to make. Yes, Councillor
I would
Wilson.
echo Councillor Moffat's thing. I think this is one time where going out and relying, and the certainty of getting every single person in the community to back you on one decision is impossible. So this is the time we need to actually make our decisions ourselves, and this is what we're here for.
Yes, understand that. I still think this is, we need to take our community with us along this journey. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll go through each scenario and just get a bit of an overview. For Councillor Hooper's question, I'm looking at the overview of scenario analysis. So that's what the document of 92 pages. So I think that's where the summary is coming from. So that's where it's got all the details. So it's the one in, it says scenario assessment. Yep. So that's probably the best document to look through while we're going through these 8 scenarios. And so what we'll do is go through each of them, just ask any questions from that. And then obviously we've got some recommendations where we will make some decisions. So in my mind, I would like to see if we can come up with 3 or 4 options from those 8. But I'll hand over to you, Tony.
Lovely, thank you. So scenario 1 is starting with Ashburton District becoming a unitary on its own. So that would mean Ashburton District Council would retain the same boundaries. We would pick up the regional council functions that ECAN currently provide within our district boundaries.
Any questions on that scenario? Councillor Wilson.
I look at the environmental thing and I see on the strengths is that it has a, the council data one, sorry, I've got the meaningful council scale. I don't think that's under the, if you look at the reason for the reorganisation is because of scale, and us saying that this scale, that goes the exact opposite to what the government is aiming for this one. So I find it unusual for us to say we have a meaningful council scale in the context of what we're faced with. And if we're taking on a unitary, that's a big, we're taking on a lot more responsibilities, and then we've got to scale up and all that, and I would question whether that's we do have the scale under the new scenario.
Councillor Cameron.
On this similar topic, I understood we had 13,000 consents in this district. I think you mentioned that.
And not we, ECAN.
ECAN had 13,000 consents, and that required, I think you said, 64 officers to manage it.
I'll put a little bit more context around that. A big part of this reform is with the view that resource management will be completely different under the new changes to the Resource Management Act. So one of the difficulties in making assessments as to how each of these options best stacks up in relation to consenting and resource management is 2 things. One, the Resource Management Act reform has not yet concluded, and we can't see the final form of it. And secondly, the government has said that they are not yet clear whether compliance, monitoring and enforcement will remain a regional council function.
Okay.
So they may yet take compliance, monitoring and enforcement to a national agency, and that might be the Environmental Protection Agency or someone else. So that decision has not yet been made, nor do we know what the Resource Management Act reforms will mean in terms of work for the regional functions as they're currently performed. So that's the most important context. When we tried to assess what workload might be associated with consenting at as a regional council is currently obligated to do, that's where currently we are told there's 13,000 ECAN consents in the Ashburton district, and if we were to manage those in a way consistent with the RMA, which of course is being reformed, then that might require in the region of 60 extra planners.
Okay.
So, but what we mustn't think of is that a specific option under the reform, that this one will require 60 planners as a given. Because
So
the context is very important to where we had that previous conversation.
Okay, thank you. So, in terms of resource and the cost of resourcing this, and managing those consents, we set them aside because they may not be part of the unitary. So making a decision, we do not consider the resource implications of managing a large number of consents.
But we haven't been able to consider the resource implications of any option.
No.
And we haven't been able to make any sensible assumptions around what the future workload may or may not be associated with a unitary, nor have we been able to make any assessment as to the cost implications of transition or putting anything together. And this is one of the difficulties in such a compressed time frame. Most chief executives, I think, would say that form should follow function, but in this very compressed time frame, we're by necessity jumping to form without being able to clearly define function, and it's hard.
And can I just ask one more question, or confirm really? We still have not been able to access what currently is paid in this district in terms of ECAN rates for whatever service.
No, we were told yesterday that perhaps we might have got that by the end of yesterday.
It would be nice to have it.
Certainly didn't come into my inbox, so I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
But that could be come in and provide information for the options that we look at going forward. Councillor Wilson.
I look at this one from the governance, which feeds into the environmental outcomes. So governance, this one has a very, very strong governance because we're governing ourselves 100% as it was with no outside influence. But when I look at the environmental one, we're crossing several catchments in this one, so we don't have the catchments. So the prize, as I talk about, of being able to manage your catchments from a local governance point of view is undoable here because we're not governing the two catchments, especially the Rakaia and the Ringatata. So that's where I think this one perhaps falls down because of those two reasons.
Just take that comment on board. Just to note, the guidelines that the DIA issued has stressed the importance of catchments, and so that comment is really valid. It does, however, note that if catchments aren't to be the boundaries, then the proposal should outline how it is proposed that the catchments are best managed. And that's a clear reference to not requiring catchments to be the boundary, because they contemplate a situation where the catchments might require different arrangements to be managed well if they aren't to be boundaries. So I think catchments are really important, but they don't have to be the boundaries of the council.
Right, thank you. Oh, Phil, Councillor Everest.
My comment on this is really, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Sorry. My comment on this really is that we're debating something that isn't actually allowed within the Head Start program anyway, unless another council or number of councils allow that to happen for us to be a unitary anyway. It's not our decision. And so being two or more, being Ashburton District Council on its own doesn't stack up. So I wonder why we're wasting a lot of time on the discussion here.
Okay, unless we have another council that agrees to a proposal that Ashburton is a unitary. So two councils can put a proposal forward.
Yes. I interpret the Mayor's comments the same, that you could have, say, three councils putting a proposal in. Two of them are proposing to merge and one is proposing to be unitary on its own. It meets the criteria as being a multiple council proposal, and it meets the criteria that there is at least some of those councils merging. So it can't be put in on its own, but it can be part of an outline proposal technically.
Councillor Moffat, and then we'll move on to the next scenario.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that. And one of the reasons that we do talk about this option is to communicate to the voters and the public that we've actually looked at this option, because it's an emotional thing. You know, that this is the particular option that people have close to their hearts. So they have to actually know that we have considered it. So it has been worth talking about.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next scenario, and I think we'll just ask any questions, and then the debate can come later. So this is the catchment.
Yeah, so this next one's essentially based on a scenario where you have the Rakatata catchment and the Rakai catchment as part of the council, so it's obviously south of the Rakatata and north of the Rakai River, and would be encompassing that particular area. You'll note, I guess, for this one that some of the data is a bit difficult because we don't have some of that particular data that would be reflected in those areas. So it's largely based on what we could pull together. But happy to answer any questions.
So you're estimating that it would be another 2,500 more rateable properties if you added those?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. And this scenario came about because of that emphasis on catchment and how that could possibly work for,
yes, yep.
for Ashburton. Yep. Are there any questions on this scenario? Councillor Everest.
Whilst it covers perhaps groundwater catchment, it doesn't necessarily cover surface water catchments. And to me, the notable exception is the Rakatata South and also Central Plains. And so the water use for those two areas is absolutely connected to those two catchments of the Rakatata. As Mark puts it, the Rakatata, which is the Arafenua's pronouncement, so some people may not understand that. But to the north also, the requirement for Central Plains water out of the Rakai. So maybe those two areas need to be given a little bit of thought.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
To clarify this one here, you've got high emissions, and that would be caused through the high agricultural output. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I see that there's a weakness of this, that it is tied to agriculture and the follies of ups and downs in it. But also that leads me to there's an inherent weakness of this one, that it is a sparse rural population in a lot of areas, and that the costs we have associated with roading and all that sort of stuff is you're almost multiplying our trouble with a massive roading network with a lack of population by doing this scenario.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, and that's also reflected in terms of the criteria. Economies of scale is one of the criteria that DIA have put forward, and this one, sort of the assessment is that it fails that.
Councillor Moffat?
Would I be right in my assessment of this one that it's very risky for the lack of economic diversification, the dependence on agriculture and also the environmental risk? Would that be correct, me thinking that?
That could be an interpretation.
Asking for views, but yes. Councillor Wilson?
With your experience at the Mayoral Forum, this one here, we're actually shooting across two of our neighbours' ground. How would that be a scenario that we could likely achieve, or how would that work out, do you think?
That's a question to me. Good question, and I think it would really depend on the options that Selwyn are looking at as well. As you can see, it doesn't take in all the rural aspects of Selwyn, which I think is our next scenario. But it has been mentioned at Mayoral Forum, and when we had our councillor visits from Selwyn and Timaru the other day. So maybe, yeah, so look, not sure.
I guess the key thing with these scenarios is that they're conceptual scenarios. There's no conversations have happened with anyone at this point.
That's correct.
It's just about putting potential scenarios that we could look at going forward and that the community might be interested in.
So scenario 3, if we head to that one, which is catchments again.
Correct, it is. So it's picking up the catchment thinking for Rakatata South, but it pushes all the way up and picks up rural Selwyn. So it would pick up the Selwyn River also, and the catchment associated with that. It does ring fence off the urban part of Selwyn, so your Rolleston, your Lincolns, etc. So it creates quite an interesting profile in terms of a community of interest across that area for a similar structural community as what we are.
And this one's probably making the assumption that the Rolleston, Lincoln, etc. is absorbed into Greater Christchurch.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
I just noted on this map in my notes that you've actually stuck a line through Lake Selwyn Te Waihora. So in actual fact, you are splitting the bottom of a catchment off, which would put us under two governances. We either need to go around the lake or include all of the lake in order to capture all of the catchment, was just my thought.
Thank you. And that's probably been quite an intentional line because that's the current line right now between Christchurch City and Selwyn District. But I do accept what you're saying. If we're taking a pure catchment perspective, I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't go all the way, but I didn't like to make assumptions.
Councillor Everest.
Again, just clarity, does the southern boundary include Rakatata South irrigation?
Thank you, Councillor Everest. We are aware of the Rangitata South irrigation. It probably hasn't picked that up as clearly as what we had expected. We had a conversation with a couple of the irrigation companies around the boundaries that are fixed within that. I can't hand on heart say that it does, but the intention would be it would make sense to if this was viable.
Councillor Wilson.
I note the population change over to 2053 goes from 58,000 currently to 86. That's a lot of growth, and a lot of that growth I'd expect would be in the I'd call them Christchurch Friends, or they could even be part of Christchurch then. So that would actually change our when I'd say our provincial voice to perhaps a more urbanised voice in the future. Would that be a fair comment?
Potentially. I mean, this does include your likes of a Darfield, and so the growth that could happen with a Darfield and whether those are more urban-based people that are living in a relatively close commute to Christchurch or not. But it was just the way that the data picked up and mapped through.
Just to clarify that, when you say Darfield, is it correct a 3,000 section population? Or isn't there a huge subdivision going in Darfield at the moment?
There's been a fast track approved for that, and I think it's over a number of years, so I think it's 300 sections. I'm not sure per annum or each year. Hamish?
Just noting that the fastest growing areas of Selwyn by far remain Lincoln and Rolleston and Prebbleton, and those are excluded from the scenario. But what happens with some of the balance of the other townships in the Selwyn area over time is a fair question. But this particular scenario was just excluding the areas that have been most subject to growth over the last 20 years.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes, one more. Yep.
With our iwi and our relationship with them, this would cross. We would actually be going out of a reasonably stable relationship to a relationship with many different parties involved. Is that correct?
Right now, our iwi relationship is with Tuahuriri, Talmutu and Arowhenua, because they do cross into our district. So this is exactly the same iwi relationship for this area as well. We'd just be capturing different parts of the geography that we haven't had to deal with in respect to conversations with iwi through this model.
Councillor Moffat.
I don't know if this is something you can answer or not, but when I think of Selwyn and particularly Rolleston, I think, oh, lovely, new, bright, shiny infrastructure, nice roads, etc. Does that elevate Ashburton district in an overall view as far as the state of the infrastructure goes, and would that in some way influence funding from NZTA? Do we know?
Hamish?
We could check what Selwyn's FAR rate is. That's the measure of whether something influences NZTA funding. It won't be it won't be based on the how fast an urban area is developing. It'll be based on all the factors that they weigh up, which is largely based around the demographics of the district. But we can check Selwyn's far rate for you, and you can make your own comparisons as to or your own assumptions as to whether that far rate would merge over time, whether that would benefit one and not the other, or whether those far rates would remain separate for the foreseeable future and there'd be absolutely no impact from that. Your assessment of that would be as good as anybody else's.
I have a feeling their far rate's 51%, but yeah, someone can let us know. Councillor Wilson.
Probably stating the obvious, this would require Christchurch to be a super city effectively, because you couldn't take half of Selwyn and leave the remnants of Selwyn as a city. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yes, it is assuming that the Greater Christchurch Partnership or something equivalent to that was matched.
Councillor Cameron.
Just to answer that, yeah, the far rate in Selwyn is 51%.
Yeah.
With regard, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. With regards to, for example, water services, we have an internal business unit and Selwyn have a CCO. Obviously, we can't anticipate how these two would sort of rub along together. Is there anything in the consideration for that? Like, have we got any guidance from the government as to how they...
No, absolutely not. So the observation is valid. And again, your assumptions as to how that would be rationalised in the future are as valid as anyone else's assumption. For me, I think the reasonable assumption would be on day one they would be separate, because there's so many things to put together into a new council. But at some point down the track, a new council would likely question why part of its water services were in one structure and part of it were in another, and they may well look to rationalise those over time.
That's reasonable.
Right, our next scenario 4.
Okay, so this one is essentially combining Ashburton with Selwyn district councils along existing boundaries. Obviously, there's a bit of scale with this one, with a combined population of 125k growing to 204,000 by 2053. So, both from a population perspective and I guess from a similar types of district perspective, in terms of the industry base, quite similar, but obviously a much greater urban portion in the Selwyn district, which would grow over time.
And I guess for me, and I know as we go through the scenarios, we'll see more of the council-controlled organisations, but we're both part of the joint CCO with Transwaste, and we have Ashburton Contracting Limited. So how do you protect that CCO if there was a merger into another? Selwyn's got their own Cord Limited, which probably do reasonably similar activities.
I think as time goes on, it would be very hard to put anything in place that would protect a CCO in any particular way. I think on day one you could guarantee that a CCO was to remain in place and the benefit and responsibility for it be attached to the area that established it. But again, to the same question as water, I think over time a new council would start to ask questions as to why they had two contracting companies that were freely competing with each other in the marketplace, because there's no geographical limitations to the way in which, say, Cord or ACL are able to tender for work, and it would just, I imagine, be something a new council would look at, and they may well wish to rationalise those structures as time went on. But again, the new council would ultimately have the authority to deal with those things. The councils going into the merger can look to protect as much as possible on day one, but it would be hard to see how you could protect a contracting company for a particular area's benefit for all time.
Thank you. And the Selwyn District Charitable Trust, what does that involve? Did you get any information on that?
No, thank you. We didn't. All we did was we just found out what sort of CCO or CTO structure they had in place. We didn't go as far as analysing any data in and around what they did, turnover or anything like that. That could be in the next phase if that was deemed important.
And I guess going forward, could Ashburton as a district set up a trust or some sort of entity that maybe protected some of our assets going forward?
Yes, you could.
Councillor Cameron.
I'm looking now, and given the survey you had, that local voice and representation was important to the 340 odd people that responded to the survey. When we do, and you've got down here in these scenarios, you've got sort of community boards and how it would be measured. Could we put a weighting on that? Like, could you go for a proposal and say we think our people need 1.2, to a 20% advantage in terms of representation? Would that be something, given the inequitable population basis and stuff?
Absolutely. We haven't gone as far as that at this point in time, but I certainly think if we're heading down the route of a proposal with a partner council, then that's part of the negotiation that you'd be wanting to undertake. So you try to protect and ensure you had good representation for your local community.
Given the risk of that. And I take Hamish's point that you've mentioned that, 10 years' time, who knows? But in the short term, I'm thinking it might just help the bedding in and they're getting used to each other.
Councillor Wilson.
I look at this one, I see the population imbalance of 87,600 versus 37,400, and that's almost the worst case scenario for us because we are the minority in that, and so we don't have any other friends we could get to our side to to go up against the dominant population. So when I look down at your overall assessment, I look at local voice, and you're going to I'd give it a 0 because we've had little local voice now, and actually going to the future we'll have less than little because that's where the growth will happen. And it concerns me that urban population they were displaced Christchurch, they're becoming their own population, but a lot of them, as we heard from Selwyn, that a lot of them live and work, live in Rolleston but commute to Christchurch, and that's to me is one of the reasons for the reform is to get local voice to get the prize of unlocking our economic potential. This one has the same problem that we've got currently, that an urban voice believe that they're doing environmentally stuff correct, but they're actually just overriding any goodness that can come out of it.
I think we've headed into debate, but we'll go to Councillor Cameron.
I've 2 comments. The first one is our GDP proportionally seems to be higher than Selwyn, so we could do representation on that if that was an option. But I also recall when we've had the early discussions that we look to like communities. And I take your point, Richard, is this a like community, a similar community? I don't know, and that's worth a conversation, but something to consider as well. But I certainly think if we were considering this option, we would need a weighting on our representation.
Okay, we'll move to scenario 5, which is the Southern Mid-Canterbury Unitary. Any questions on that?
That's page 60.
Yes, 49, page 49. So this is with Timaru, Waimate, Mackenzie and Ashburton. And again, you can see the CCOs there. And it would be interesting again to find out what the Timaru District Holdings Limited CCO, what that involved. Mark, do you have an answer for that?
So that's essentially Council's investment arm. So it includes their shareholding in Alpine Energy, and Prime Port, and also a property portfolio.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hooper.
Thank you. Around the FOGO collection, is it the Timaru District Council that runs a composting down there? Are we tied into heading anywhere with our FOGO waste, Neil, or is that likely to be?
Our contractor Wasteco is committed to a Christchurch option. However, they could change. It's up to them.
Councillor Wilson?
It probably goes to my comments just a minute ago, and Councillor Cameron talking about like-minded communities. When we met with Timaru District, it sort of became apparent, a lot of these communities are similar size and similar growth specs to us. If you go down through Timaru, Pleasant Point, Methven, Tekapo, I list the communities in the tourism in Tekapo, tourism in Methven, small rural communities, even like Methven, Pleasant Point. A lot of these are similar, like-minded sort of communities. So I think would it be fair to say if you got them in a room, the same issues, if I look at Tony, because of your reserve board stuff you do, a lot of those communities have similar views on reserve boards to us. Is that correct? I don't know how Timaru works.
Through the chair, we're quite unusual with our reserve board structure. That's not a common occurrence that you see across TAs, and actually through this work it became apparent that the reserve board structure we've got now was as a result of the 89 amalgamation. So that's quite unique. In this scenario, we are growing faster than the other councils. So our growth rate is markedly different to Waimeri, Mackenzie and Timaru. So there's that we bring to the table as such. In terms of a community of interest, yes, but almost a yes but, because the tourism-based towns are quite different to what we probably experience as a whole district.
Councillor Cameron?
Thank you. That was going to be my comment actually, Tony, that the population, the growth would be coming predominantly from this area, and we're only looking here at 2053, but going another 20 years, it could be, we arguably might be equal. So that is probably attractive in terms of representation. I look at that Hirschman index, and that seems to be going more towards, which I had to look up, I hadn't heard of that before.
Me too.
But it seems to be going more towards a more unity, a single sort of economy. Is it better to have a lower one and more diversification, or is it something we need to consider? Like we're sort of neutral, and we consider ourselves a rural economy. So what do they consider themselves at? Much higher Hirschman index.
Essentially it's a measure of the diversification of the economy. So the higher the number, the more diverse the economy. So Timaru District does pride itself on having quite a diverse economy. Obviously they've got the port, they've got industry, they've got agriculture, whereas I guess while agriculture isn't the only thing we do here, it's a high proportion of what happens in Ashburton District, which is why our number is lower.
Okay. When I read how to read the scores on something on the internet, HHI scores range from near zero, a perfectly competitive market with countless tiny firms, to 10,000, a pure monopoly where one firm holds 100% of the market. Am I reading that incorrectly then? So it should be around the other way?
We've pulled this from the Infometrics data set, and
okay.
So the definition that Infometrics gives us.
So AI overview might have it around the wrong way. Yeah, okay, thank you. So that they're more diversified.
They are, and that actually benefits us. If you look at it, that's important from an overall perspective.
Yep.
Just a question from me. So Timaru and Mackenzie are looking at creating a water CCO in the future. Waimeti is a standalone business unit?
That's correct.
That's correct. So there's that conversation, I guess, on one CCO plus two standalone business units, which won't happen overnight on the 10th of October 2028 or whatever date it is, but it possibly would mean that we would need to go into a CCO.
Or the CCO is abandoned and it becomes an in-house business unit.
Oh, yes, true. Either way, yeah. Councillor Wilson.
These two, I'll ask through the Mayor, these districts are looking to amalgamate, so they are probably, you could say, willing partners compared to the last one where we were actually stealing our neighbour's back door, whereas these ones they've approached us, they're courting us as it was. So this, from the aspects of the local government reform that the government wants, this one is one you could almost say fits their narrative a bit.
Yes, and I think we've heard that loud and clear when we went down to meet with all these councils plus Waitaki. They had their 8 scenarios as well, and most of them were centred around the South Canterbury councils plus one, either Ashburton plus Waitaki or the five as a whole. So you're correct, they've been working on this probably longer than we have, so they're a little bit of, I guess, a step ahead of us.
And one question is for Tony, with regards to local voice, I mentioned the last one where the great Selwyn was a greater voice, and there was only two of us in the room, and they were the big boy and we were small, and that was it. This one here, if we were to gang up with our new partners of Waimate and Mackenzie, would we be a greater voice than Timaru by itself? Just if you were in a scenario where Timaru, there's always this fear, and this one, the bigger voice wanted something and they were the most votes, whereas if Timaru said they wanted to do something and the three of us said no, we don't, will we be a bigger voice than them, population wise?
You would slightly from day one. You would, but it depends on how that is sliced and diced and where the representation sits and falls.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I just want a little bit of clarification. Under social need, we've got beneficiaries and job seekers. Do beneficiaries include superannuitants or not? I presume not, because the number's relatively low.
I don't think they do.
No, but let me just confirm that for sure. Yes.
Thank you. And I guess with this one, so ACL being our CCO, what kind of, how would they get on as a standalone Ashburton CCO if they still were competing in that sort of southern council market, I guess? Hard question.
Yeah, a very hard question for
Yeah.
us to answer. We do
Yeah.
know that southern market is pretty competitive, and there are a number of other large contractors. Having said that, ACL have got a depot in Timaru now, so they're already operating in that market with some degree of success, but very hard to answer. That might be part of some further work council might wish to do, and it might wish to take advice from our own CCO's chairman or CEO or something like that.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
I'm just looking at the representation. Can you explain this model of unitary authority, Ashburton Local Board, Timaru Local Board, Mackenzie Local Board? Are those little yellow circles with community board, what is that? Is that like a group of people report out? Is that equal representation? So not population based, or how does that work?
Through the chair, look, this was just indicative of how you could look to structure a unitary like that, as you might have the overarching council, you might have local boards that would represent what we kind of deem to be the territorial authorities right now, and then within that, those local boards might decide they need community boards to reflect the community's interests. There's no hard and fast number. We were just trying to demonstrate.
No, because so it's based on, may not be based on population, but ideally we'd like to see more these look like they're equally represented, whereas like Waimate and Mackenzie are much smaller communities. So,
but I think the intention is they'll have equal status. So the people who are motivated to be on the Waimate local board would have the same authority and status in the unitary authority as any other of those local boards, and their delegated powers would need to be resolved, but they would be doing the work to benefit their community that they represent. So that this is more of a structural status thing, not that they would have more or less representation. Certainly that's not a representation model for the unitary council.
okay,
This is about the governance structure.
sure. So it's not a unit. That's basically my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I guess boundaries would cease to exist. So our definition of our Ashburton local board could be different to the Timaru definition of a local board. So that's all to be worked out in the detailed design, I guess, isn't it? Councillor Moffat.
This might be one of those things that's to be worked out as well. And yeah, I think I'm getting a bit mixed up with governance and operational side of things. But with that model, with the Ashburton Local Board and the community boards, etc., underneath, as far as funding those boards go, do we imagine they would be applying to the unitary authority for their slice of the pie?
So we don't assume or imagine anything in particular. What we're trying to do is signal a structure that might, with the appropriate delegations, give effect to the community's desire for local voice. So we might make an argument that says the local boards have complete autonomy and authority to strike their own rate and do the work in their own areas that their community values. That might be our proposal. That this is not... we're in control. I think Sarah Polishek put it well from the DIA, that they are looking for bespoke arrangements and we shouldn't be restricted to things that we already know as fact or established. What would good look like for us? What would make this proposal work? We should propose that. Yeah.
And I guess the other thing to add there is that, I mean, it doesn't have to be what we think works now. I mean, there could be other models that could be developed as part of this process that would enable better local representation.
The delegation is key as well, isn't it? Councillor Wilson.
With respect to iwi representation within this one, I understand further north and how we have three partners, but one of the partners actually is sort of got agreement until we get right to the edge. But in the southern part of this one, can you explain how the relationship is between the two southern iwi?
Between Arowhenua and Waihau?
Yes.
Yes, yep. I don't have a lot of detail on that, but just going from anecdotal conversations with Arowhenua, I think it's fairly cordial. They get on and they do cross over and work well together, similarly to what our northern partners do.
And Te Wera is the upuka of both. I think that's correct.
And if I may make one last comment on this one, if I look south, I would be sure many people in Mid-Canterbury would look to their holiday destination of Twizel and Tekapo.
Those lucky enough to have one, yes.
Yes,
Good.
indeed.
Councillor Cameron.
I'm just commenting on your comment, and I'm probably taking that out of context, but boundaries would cease to exist. I understand that, but I think our local identity and our local representation comes from a boundary. It may not be a Ashburton district boundary, but I think we need to be aware, especially in the first 10, 15, 20 years, that we have to make sure that Ashburton people, the people in the Ashburton district, get decent representation as per the survey.
Yep, agree. Okay, next we're scenario 6.
Just a quickie, if I may.
Oh, sorry.
When do you start talking about the likes of the Theatre Royal, the $47.2 million development and things like that? When do you, and infrastructure and debt, etc. When do you throw that all into the pot?
Any time you like. So if debt is a determinant factor for you to reject or be attracted to any of these options, you should be taking it into account now. You might also want to take into account assets, because there's usually two sides to a balance sheet, and I know our conversations with Timaru were cordially reflective of both sides of their balance sheet, as opposed to focusing on only one. But all those factors are as determinant as you want them to be at any point.
Councillor Cameron. Oh, no. Councillor Maxwell.
Just further to Councillor Hoopler, in terms of, we're still at function and form, but when you set up your structure, you could have it that Ashburton keeps its own debt and strikes its own rate and does its own thing, and Timaru or whomever keeps theirs, or whomever we go with. That comes in the structure later, and that could be a parameter that you put in, because they probably don't want to pay for a bridge.
Councillor Cameron?
I think the debt in this one, they're almost exactly the same, aren't they? I think I saw on the table they're pretty similar. Is that right, Tony?
Sorry, the debt profile for this under this scenario?
Yeah.
Our partners, so South the South
Total debt,
Canterbury have a
yeah.
total debt of 337 million, to ours 160. So together that would give us a $497 million
Yeah,
debt
but
profile.
debt per resident, they're exactly the same. 4,300.
Yes, but remembering that that's the merger of 3 other councils that has its own different profiles. So these are just averages and assumptions. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to scenario 6, which is all of the South Canterbury ADC plus Waitaki. And remembering that Waitaki is in the interesting position where they straddle both the Canterbury and the Otago regions.
Just to note too, it came up the other day on one of those Zoom calls we were on. Waitaki district is an example where the regional council's boundary is not catchment based. So again, examples of exceptions to the way in which you might think of the catchments necessarily being boundaries either now or in the future.
Okay, any questions on this scenario? So quite a few more CCOs once Waitaki is involved. Councillor Cameron.
I've done what we were advised. I've moved on a little bit to the comprehensive sort of summarised sheet while I look at the big sheet. So I've got a printout so I can compare both. And when I look at, and I mentioned this to Mark earlier, when I look at the previous scenario,
to your mic so Phil can hear.
When I look at the previous scenario, which excluded Waitaki, and then I look at Waitaki, we've gone from a rating of 4.5 down to 3.5. So obviously Waitaki is not attractive for whatever reason. And I look at the debt, well, in the summary sheet, I acknowledge your comments, Hamish. And I look at the population base, and I don't really understand why it's given us a significant downgrade of 25% compared to the 4.5 down to 3.5.
Any comments on that?
It's interesting the way in which the assessment has evolved, and it's almost as though when you get past a scale that is too big or too geographically challenging, that it gets harder to be able to say hand on heart, yes, this is going to work from a planning perspective, and that's where that one in particular got really tricky. Nothing that can't be worked through, I'm sure, but it was just interesting to see that changed how that assessment run through. Not insurmountable, but it still exists.
Yeah, because when you look at the debt per resident or the net, all those things seem quite not significantly different from the previous option.
Councillor Wilson.
So I would concur with Councillor Cameron that their GDP actually goes up when we include Waitaki in there, and I do get the point that it is a long way, it's a long haul down there with different prerogatives, but it is still a relatively similar community to us. Interest-wise, it's a farming community, rural farming community, dairy farms and stuff.
Any other questions on that scenario?
One more question for me.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that since Waitaki's on the boundary of many different catchments and all sorts of stuff, it's their decision will be made sort of almost in isolation, a bit of everybody else's decision, because they have so many things happening and stuff that from a catchment and regional council view and all that they will make their decision and they'll fall where they fall a wee bit.
Hamish?
I think that's possibly true. I think it highlights that every council has its own drivers as it's contemplating best options for its community. And I think on both the southern boundary where Waitaki is and the northern boundary where Kaikoura is, it feels more pronounced. But every council has the ability to be contemplating, and in fact it's responsible for contemplating what might suit its best, and that then applies to things like the city and the urban fringe. What decisions are made there has impact. So I think yes, but it's not isolated to just Waitaki.
Thank you. We've got two more scenarios. So we're going to the next one, which is Provincial Mid-North Canterbury Unitary. So this is quite an interesting one.
This is, and this came about relatively late in the piece as a part of our thinking last week. This is assuming that the Greater Christchurch Partnership boundaries that are currently used for some planning frameworks were to create a sort of a metropolitan area, and it would see us looking north to pick up rural Selwyn, rural Waimak and the Huranui.
Thank you. And this one also assumes that Christchurch would be a super city. Any questions on this one? Councillor Wilson.
Can you explain to me the GDP? The GDP is quite low compared to our GDP. Is that?
Through the chair, this is something that we've seen a little bit come through when we looked at Selwyn in particular. So GDP is calculated where you work, and so if you've got quite a few people that are heading into a city, the GDP is landing with the city and not necessarily out where you are. So that's what we're assuming is skewing the results here, is that you'll still have a fringe that are travelling into a metropolitan area for work.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
Does that lead me to my conclusion before of the reason I'm doing it for the prize, to get a rural provincial voice which will look after our provincial thing, whereas this voice could actually have an urban slant voice rather than a provincial voice, because if they work and play in town but live out in the country, or would that be an assumption maybe?
It may be an assumption.
Any other questions on this one? And I think to note, Huranui, so Huranui and Kaikoura will have their own water services CCO. Waimakariri is in-house. I've got a standalone business unit. Or are they? Yep. And Selwyn will have their own CCO. So, Councillor Everest.
Just a question as to why Kaikoura was split out.
Thank you, Councillor Everest. We made an assumption with this one that Kaikoura might be this might be an option for Kaikoura to consider moving to Marlborough.
And the driver for it might even be caused by Kaikoura deciding to go with Marlborough, and then Huranui either has to presumably join Kaikoura with Marlborough, or they may wish to be part of a Canterbury-based rural provincial. So again, any number of assumptions that might drive it, and Kaikoura could be part of this one or not as easily as either way.
Thank you. And our last scenario is rural Canterbury. So this again is assuming that Christchurch is its own super city unitary, and this includes Kaikoura as well, and goes as far south as Waitaki.
Yep.
Any questions on this one? And I guess this one has been added because we have heard from DIA that Canterbury as a region could be split into two unitaries, and this is sort of the obvious scenario, I guess.
Based on current boundaries, correct?
Yes. Any questions on this scenario? Might be a long way to go for meetings. Councillor Wilson.
With respect to this scenario, it does fit a lot of the narrative coming out of central government at the moment, because the first narrative was all of Canterbury, but maybe Canterbury's too big, therefore two. So I just put that out there because I think this could be a possible scenario. So even though I'm not saying yes or no to it, but it may be worth us looking into it. That's what I'm just putting out for people to think about, looking into it, that if this is a scenario, what would be our things we'd want to make sure we got in this scenario? What are the key things that we want to watch out for or whatever? That's why I just, I don't want it, but if it happens... want to have thought of it. You want to have thought of that stuff. Don't just write it off there. No good.
So maybe that one's worthy of going into the options just so we can see what it may look like.
Yes, and I think there's another complication with these sorts of scenarios. We assume, we call a super city Christchurch plus the urban fringe, north and south. But if you listen to DIA, a super city was potentially the merger of the whole of the regional council into one council. It's potentially a merger of the city plus all of Waimak and all of Selwyn, i.e. their rural areas. We heard the comparison with Auckland and the vast differences and the vast different types of communities that have become part of Auckland Council, i.e. unitary, and that Rodney is not the same as the CBD in Auckland, and yet they're all part of the one council. So one of the things to keep in mind is I think that the Mayor's continued conversations at the likes of the Mayoral Forum, and when recommendations come back, if any, to Council to consider, is that we call Christchurch plus urban fringe a super city. That's not necessarily the only definition of a Christchurch super city.
Thank you. Have you got anything more on your slides? Is that the last slide?
We do have a slide that contemplates what engagement could look like.
Oh, that would be very good. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Councillor Rebrus, question first, and then we'll go to the next slide.
Yeah, just a radical thought. I mean, that's a huge catchment in terms of provincial Canterbury. What happens if you actually use the Ashburton River as a dividing line?
Scenario 9.
Using a river as...
I mean, it deals with the issue. I mean, what I'm saying is that is a massive catchment.
It is.
In terms of total rural Canterbury. And whilst the Rakaia may be a boundary, the Ashburton may also be a boundary.
Yep. Correct. It is a huge area, but I think we have heard from DIA that it is a possibility.
It's a quarter of the South Island. I don't think that was the intention, was it?
Well, from the DIA's point of view, they've made it really clear it is a possibility. Yeah. And that the Minister's preference across the country is one unitary for every regional council, and that possibly Waikato and Canterbury are a bit more complicated and might deserve 2 or maybe 3. So that's the sort of level of the aggregation that they are saying out loud.
Okay, so we'll look at the next slide, which around engagement. I think what we'll do is we'll just, so is this just a slide? This is the slide to engage with. So, and my question was, what does engagement look like? Would it just be a survey? I know we've got Talk It Up Tuesdays, resuming for 5 weeks next Tuesday, just to answer any questions that people may have down in the library. But I'll just quickly hand over to you, Janice, and then what we will do next is go through each of the options and see if we want to pull some out for further analysis.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess we can talk about some sort of tactics and methods a little bit later, but before we get into that, there's quite a lot of advantages and disadvantages to consulting and not consulting, and I think if you're going to go into this, if you've got your eyes wide open about potential unexpected outcomes, it would be good to put them in front of you now. So, I mean, I guess if you do your consultation Some advantages would be that you've got a community-informed evidence base. It can strengthen council's position in regional discussions. It identifies maybe some risks or concerns or deal breakers early, and it can demonstrate transparency and openness. Some risks that we've discovered along the way, the short time frame that we have to do this could actually create a risk of participation, whether the community want to be involved or not. There's also a risk of consultation fatigue. Since we just did an engagement, we've got 3 other consultations at the moment, and we may also go out for consultation either with Canterbury or later down the line with our detailed plan. It's just something to bear in mind. We have quite incomplete information that we're going to the community with, so we haven't got a lot of the data that we normally would have in a usual normal consultation, just by the nature of this reform. For example, we haven't got financial impacts or costs, we haven't got detail on service delivery models like shared services or CCOs. We've got limited visibility of the Canterbury Mayoral Forum's decision-making process as well. We know on Friday that the Comms and Engagement Forum are meeting on the same day as the Mayoral Forum, so we've just got that in the back of our mind as well. It can also create a false expectation of choice if we, the community strongly signals they want something and then it doesn't happen. And even just a little bit of confusion about what council can and can't actually influence. So those are a bunch of things just to keep in the back of your mind if you do want to go ahead with this. So if we didn't undertake consultation, the advantages obviously are that it would be faster and simpler. It may avoid some of that confusion and some of the risks of doing it. But the risks to not consulting, probably the biggest one is in regards to the LGA. So insufficient consideration of community views and the consultation principles within that, which Mark's alluded to previously. Just the perception of decisions being made without input at all from the community, risk of community backlash later, and perhaps a weaker stance in mayoral forum and regional discussions. And limited insight into community views at this critical stage. So I guess to summarise those things, if you engage further, you have a stronger mandate, some better insights, but it's based on incomplete information. If you do consult, it's simpler and clearer, but a higher reputational and legal risk. So I'm really sorry, they're both not great options. Compared to what we usually face, but that's again the nature of this reform. So that's something for you to ponder. When we get into the development of like the methods and how we'll talk to the community, that will shape itself a little bit, dependent on the time frame that you want to do it across. We could do quite a targeted and short consultation. However, our options would be limited. We wouldn't be able to do what we normally do with print and delivery and design and that sort of thing. Will be limited to probably digital, some quick pop-up face-to-face, and that might feel like it excludes some of the community, but we'll just do the best that we can with our limited resource.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Councillor Moffat.
Sorry, not really a question, an opinion. I absolutely think we have to consult, and I think with this situation, honesty is the best policy. We tell the community we are still unsure about certain things, but we're bringing you with us with what we do know. The things that we don't know, sorry about that, we just don't know them. And as far as even the term consultation, I don't actually think, I think it's a hybrid between consultation and just information sharing. It's sharing the information, constant information sharing. And can I just ask one question about the Talk It Up Tuesdays? Will there be an officer there? Because I personally feel that there will be questions from the public that I probably won't be equipped to answer in the details, for example, that you have today?
That will be a councillors session, so mayor and councillors will be at the Talk It Up Tuesday, and we can provide some information if needed. But generally, in the past, that has been a chance for people to come and speak to councillors at a set time and set place.
Okay.
Councillor Maxwell.
Mine's sort of basically a comment. If we're having Talk It Up Tuesday, if we're putting comms out about what's going on and what we know and everything else, but then we don't consult, to me that's quite a mixed message to the community. It's more like just chat with us and just read our comms and she'll be right, mate. Sorry, that sounds very casual, but it seems like we're chopping one leg off the stool, even though we're sitting on a massive reputational risk and we cannot give the information. But you can't stand up a stool on only two legs, in my personal opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
In this case, I think consultation would draw. I'm pretty sure Ashburton people will say they want to stand alone and fight the good fight. But I would have thought if we can get as much information out there, the conclusion, most people will end up drawing a conclusion from that information. And that conclusion will be fed through to councillors by information. And the councillors some will hear public opinion to the extreme, others will have made their opinion. So then the group will actually come up with the right decision. But if we get information out there, because the two-way street is quite hard to get a feed. You'll get the people that do and the people that don't. But information, I think you'll find that the public opinion will feed back anyway.
Okay, it sounds like we're ready to debate this. So what we will do, so thank you very much for that update and how that could look. So we've got 3 recommendations on page 1 of the options report. I will move that we receive the information and the initial Simplifying Local Government survey results. Councillor Moffat, you'd like to second that? Is there any debate on that? No? All those in favour, aye? Against? Carried. Thank you. I'd then like to go, the next recommendation is that Council considers its favoured options for further analysis. And I think this is where we need to look at the 8 scenarios and choose some that we could go out for further analysis. Councillor Moffat?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Rather than a show of hands, we go around each person says the 3 or 4, and then we take note.
I was going to go through them one by one and say yes or no. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah. I think we need to go through one by one. So it'll be show of hands. Would you like scenario 1 as an option for further analysis? I'm saying yes. No? I'm not getting a very good indication, sorry. So, scenario 1, who would like this in as an option? Hands up, please. 1, 2. No? The rest. Okay. Scenario 2, who would like that in as an option? 1 and no? The rest? Okay. Scenario 3, would you like that in as an option? I'm going to say yes. We're on the ball here, so, and no for that. So that was 4, so that's a yes. Scenario 4, Ashburton District Council and Selwyn District Council, would you like that in as an option? Hands up for yes. 2, no. The rest, okay, that's not in.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes. Am I going too fast?
No, but I think we need to make sure that people cap it at 4. Like they can't keep voting yes or no for them all, or are we going to go?
Well, we're only at 2 are we at 1? We've got 1 at the moment. Yeah. Okay, so we are up to scenario 5. Ashburton District Council with South Canterbury. Who would like to see this as an option going forward? I think that's everyone. Okay, so scenario 5 is in. Scenario 6, Ashburton District Council with South Canterbury and Waitaki. Who would like to see this in as an option? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who would like to see it not in? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that goes through. Scenario 7, Provincial Mid Canterbury. Who would like to see this in as an option? Hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, just in case. 2. So that will go through. And Provincial Canterbury, scenario 8. Who would like to see that go through as an option? I would just like to see the feedback on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And no for that? 1, 2, 3. Yep. Okay. That's it. That's out. Yeah. There was only 4 that wanted that in. No, Phil voted for that. So let's do that one again. Okay, scenario 8, Provincial Canterbury. Who would like to see that in? 1, 2, 3, 4. You've changed your mind. 5. So that will go through. Have we got 5 options now?
As I read it, Madam Chair, you've got 5 live options.
Okay, so we've got the Southern Mid Canterbury Unitary. We've got Waitaki to Ashburton Unitary. We've got Provincial North Canterbury Unitary. We've got Provincial Canterbury Unitary. And I missed the other one.
The catchment-based one.
Which one?
Rangitata South to Rakaia North.
No, it was a rural Selwyn one.
Oh, did I make the wrong one?
Yeah. So it's the first 3 are out and the last 5 are in.
No, sorry.
No.
No. Okay, we voted for number 3.
Yeah, that's what I had.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I had.
So 3, 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Is everyone happy with 5 different options?
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
Is this because we want to see them because we think they're the best options, or is it we want to get feedback from the public? Because I think they're actually 2 very different questions. For example, if it was going out for consultation, I actually would like to see ADC as a unitary because it gives that option so that people can share their views. But I don't actually think it is an option. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
so I think that
Hamish?
In this imperfect world, one of the problems you face is timing. So you've now got 5 options that you want further evaluation of. If you want to do that evaluation before you consult the community, you're going to have a very, very short period of time to consult the community, get their views, reconsider what your preferred options might be, including somehow merging that in with neighbours and the whole of Canterbury, and writing an outline proposal by the 9th of August. So I think if you're going to evaluate these options, you will have to ask the community on these options with all the information you have now. I don't think you'll have enough time to do some further evaluation and then ask the community what they think following that evaluation, and then try and negotiate a position with relevant neighbours and have a proposal in on time.
So have we decided if we're going to ask the community? Because I thought we hadn't. So
sorry, I'm assuming that from the comments that there may be a desire to ask. But if that's not, if I've misread that, then you do avoid the time needed for community consultation, and you could use some time now to evaluate, while I guess having some parallel negotiations with a range of other councils through the Mayoral Forum or any other direct line. So yes, I was making that assumption, I'm sorry.
yeah, because I think that I have a different view to everyone on consultation, because really it wouldn't be consultation, it would be asking an opinion, because at the end of the day, whatever we put forward, it can still be rejected, and it's going to be really hard to communicate that to people saying, yep, we've taken what you wanted, we put it forward and it's denied, and actually we're going with a Canterbury unitary, sorry. Whereas if we were actually to double down on what we think will be a better option and be more calculated, we might have a better shot at getting it across the line from a different perspective. So I get that there's risks either way, but I think given we looked at the results from the past survey, and it wasn't very clear, because again, we're basing this on not a lot of information. So what more are we going to find out?
You're right. Yes. And we're in a situation where we've got a deadline if we want to join the Head Start pathway. Whatever option we decide may or may not be ticked off. A lot of this does depend on what the rest of Canterbury is thinking and how they proceed with their proposal. We're in a rock and a hard place, really. I see there's a couple more lights on, and then we'll get comment from you, and then I'm going to adjourn. We've got some staff to acknowledge shortly, so we'll adjourn. We'll come back and look at those second two recommendations. So who has their light on? Councillor Hooper.
So what we just voted on was what we're going to go out to the public.
No, so a further analysis.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So we've got 5 in there for further analysis.
Are we going to have some comms about why we haven't got scenario 2 in the further analysis? Because one of the clearest things about the last bit of consultation we did was the strong local voice, and the strongest local voice is scenario 1, and we're not even. So
That's right.
I'm just wondering if we're going to comms why.
Without you telling us why, I don't think we can. Or at the moment, that hasn't survived the cut. We don't know what was in the mind of councillors as to why, so I don't know how we could comms that without some further direction from you.
We'll go to comments, and then perhaps we can come back and we can go through the list again. Councillor Todd.
Thank you. I just really got a comment too, really, and I was really in the press last Friday where the left-leaning councillors reject the super city option in Christchurch, and I think that's a shame, really, that the Christchurch Council haven't come up with a view. Like we have been making assumptions here that taking Christchurch out, because we're assuming that they could become a super city. So I believe that Mayor Phil should maybe, he needs to put his big pants on and say, well, I reckon we want to go to a super city because as offsider, Sam is putting it that way, because then that would sort of solve some of the issues if we knew what they were doing, because a super city, to me, is logical as far as taking Rolleston and Lincoln and Prebbleton into Christchurch, because by the time this all becomes fact in 5 or 6 years' time, they virtually will be getting close to a one city anyway. So I just feel it's a pity that Christchurch haven't led their option of it a bit stronger than what they have.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
With regards to consulting with the community, can I talk to that now?
Sure.
I think I take Julie's point that to do quantitative sort of analysis of feedback would be quite difficult and challenging given we've got so many gaps in our knowledge which have been identified very clearly even in this rudimentary discussion. So I think we should do a qualitative sort of conversation type consultation, and if we have the Talk It Up Tuesdays, or we can get out and about, or we have more education, I think that's quite important. I think, Phil, to your point about giving a local voice, which we've said, and Tony and everybody's surveys have said that's the most important. Well, then not to consult is not giving a local voice. So I think we have to find some way to consult in a fast fashion, and people have to be aware that we're under huge time pressure and we have to undertake it. Otherwise, it's tremendous hubris and arrogance, in my view. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
My comment would be that I understand we're under huge time frames to make big decisions or not. That if consultation is going to be really tricky, then we stand up good comms, we have our Talk It Up Tuesday, maybe we have a channel in our social media where questions can be asked, and something on the website where people could pop in and answer some series of questions is an informal way of doing some form of consultation if we can't take on that whole process.
Councillor Wilson.
With respect to I'm not going to talk about the consultation, the 5 options we have, they're not actually 5 independent options. Some of them are actually almost subsets of one option. So if you look south plus Waitaki is almost the same option plus a bit. So it's almost, you can say that they're not 5 separate, not going north, south, east, west. There's some of them are almost just drifting into the next one. So from a option scenario, you've almost narrowed it down to north and south, and then how north or how south, and they could be expanded out in that direction almost. So I don't think we've got 5, but one of them is actually a subset of another one. So you've really only got 4 and a bit on the end. So I'm sure that staff, when they look at them, they can probably, and that could be going forward as part of our consultation. You've got big decisions, and then some of the decisions after that are smaller because they're just tack-ons and add-ons on the end. You're building a house, you've got 4 bedrooms, we put 4 or 5 on it, probably doesn't matter that much.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I agree with the similarity with a couple. As far as the consultation goes, I just have one thing to add, and that is that we've heard several times this is the greatest change and upheaval to local government for 40 years. So, not just upheaval for us, but upheaval for the community, which is why we have to talk at whatever form the consultation takes, the spreading of the information, because, if it happens another 40 years, I'll probably be dead, so,
Thank you. I think we're not done, but we do have some staff waiting outside, so we'll just adjourn that item for a few minutes, and we will welcome our new and long-serving staff. And we have Katie coming in with everyone. Hi Katie, thanks for, sorry to keep you waiting, but lots of good discussions here. So I'll hand over to you. You've got some new and long-serving staff.
We sure do. We will start with a couple of new starters that have joined ADC. First of all, we'll start with Lorraine Smith. Lorraine can stand up and give them a wave. Lorraine has joined us as our new parking officer. We also have Louise O'Pally. And Louise has joined us as an accounts officer, backfilling a parental leave. Please join me in welcoming them to ADC. So for service recognition today, we have 4 employees. First up, we have Linda Clark, who has been recognised for 5 years' service. Linda joined council in the wake of the May 2021 floods, and it didn't take long for her to make an impact. Often described affectionately as a wizard, Linda was brought Linda has brought far more than her 40 years of journalism experience to the role of communications advisor. She continually adapted and evolved, picking up everything from streaming to social media reels, always focused on how we connect with our community. She also does so much more than deliver a weekly deadline. She has a real passion for anything water related and has played a key role in major work, including leading communications with NZTA on the second bridge and the council's stop water exit. Linda is also known for being a strong and thoughtful voice around the table, asking the questions our community and the media would ask and helping shape advice. Thank you, Linda, for your dedication, expertise and the immense value you bring to council. We're lucky to have you. Is she coming? Next up, we have Wendy Keeper, who has also been recognised for 5 years' service. Whilst today Wendy has been recognised for 5 years, she's actually been part of the EA Network Centre team for a lot longer, having taken small breaks to undertake other opportunities to serve our community. Wendy is our customer services team leader at EA NC and embodies what it means to be a community person. Through her work at EA Network Centre, she delivers exceptional customer services, supports her team and leads system improvements, all targeted for improvements. She is a stable face of welcome to the thousands of visitors that come across the centre. Many will not know the legacy that Wendy and her late husband have left in the community, including sponsoring awards at Mount Hutt College and supporting the delivery of youth mentor program within the school, a role Wendy herself once held. Her passion for people was undeniable, as is her passion for supporting EA Network Centre, and we are very, very proud to have her as part of our team. Also from EA Network Centre, we have Inika Lee, who is celebrating 5 years service. A member first, Inika has grown with the facility and was recently promoted to duty supervisor. Originally very much a key member of the swim school team, she has versatility and shines in everything she does, fast becoming the Swiss Army knife of EA NC. She has delivered swimming lessons, customer service, group fitness and supported the wider team to achieve. Currently undertaking her lifeguard qualification, learning the art of water testing and working with the team to deliver our holiday program. This is a clear demonstration of who she is, a real team person who embodies the work that we need. We look forward to seeing her journey continue and we have absolutely no doubt she has hidden skills yet to be unleashed. And finally, been recognised for 10 years service is the awesome and amazing Natasha Clancy. Tash has been one of our most valued and critical members of our P&C team from the very beginning. She has a wealth of knowledge and experience and is the go-to person for not only our team but all our staff across ADC. When I asked people what they value most about Tash, they said, she's always willing to help, always happy to share her knowledge and is an absolute joy to work with. She is generous with her time and her knowledge. She creates an environment where people feel supported and encouraged. She is warm, caring, uplifting and supportive. She consistently goes out of her way for all of our people. She genuinely cares and that makes a real difference every single day. Her positivity and laughter is infectious. She has a way of seeing the good in situations and people and her presence lifts those around her. She generally helps create a great workplace culture. Thank you, Tash, for your incredible contribution over the last 10 years. Your kindness, support, knowledge, and the positive way you connect and support our people genuinely makes a difference. We are very lucky to have you as part of our team.
Thank you for that, and a big welcome to the two new staff. I hope you end up being wizards and Swiss Army knives as well down the track. But I hope you enjoy your time at ADC, and congratulations to staff who've spent many years here and make us tick. We really appreciate it. We're going to break now for afternoon tea, so we'd like to welcome you all in to join us. Calvin and Murray, love you to join us as well. And we'll resume in about 15 minutes. Thank you. So we will conclude, or we'll resume our discussion on item number 10. And I have a suggestion to make, and that would be that scenario 6, which is South Canterbury plus Waitaki district, and just taking into account Councillor Wilson's comments, that could be sort of an add-on, whether that one was taken out as a scenario. Would you agree with that, or would you prefer that it stayed in? Can I just have a show of hands if you're happy for that scenario 6 to be taken out?
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
If we take out that scenario, what does that afford? Does it mean less? Is it the least likely, or what would be the benefit of taking it out?
I think the way we would interpret it would mean that that option of that southern merger was just as appealing whether Waitaki chose to be in it or not. So Waitaki's participation is not a material factor as to its appeal, and therefore, as a separate option, it didn't need to be thought of as a brand new separate option.
Yeah. Councillor Moffat.
Can I also suggest that, even though these are the things that we've asked for further information on, and I don't particularly need further information on the Ashburton district as a unitary, but I do still think when it comes to our information to the public that we keep that in, because if we don't keep it in, it will be a glaring omission, and it's something that people will want to know.
Yeah. Would you like to comment on that? Yes.
Well, only in the context of, I think, where your suggestion was going to go, Mayor Liz. So maybe you finish that, and then we can circle back to that point.
And so my suggestion, so we have got recommendation 2 in there, which is that council considered its favour options for further analysis. I'm really conscious that on Friday we've got Canterbury Mural Forum meeting, which could contribute a little bit to what our options end up being. And we have got another workshop scheduled for next week. I'm not sure of the day. Is that next Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday morning, afternoon?
It's 11:30 till 3:30, I think.
Okay. So with that in mind, we could park the second recommendation, because we're not sort of getting any, we've got our 5, but it's probably not as clear as I thought we would be. There's a lot of different ideas in the room. So if we park that, the scenarios for further analysis, and I report back after the Canterbury Mural Forum, and then we look at that during our workshop next Wednesday. Bearing in mind we've also got recommendation 3, which is decide on whether we do any further engagement, which I'd actually like to get a steer on today, if that was okay. So I'm just talking about parking the scenarios for the analysis till next Wednesday, thrash that out at a workshop, but still look at recommendation 3, which is whether we would do some sort of consultation or some sort of engagement. Are you happy with that? Yeah, Phil, you've got a comment?
Yeah, I'm not happy with that.
Okay.
I mean, we're wasting 1/6 of our time again. Why can't we let staff get on with some of those proposals and actually maybe put some on hold? Look, we're just choking ourselves up with no room to move at the end.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Could I ask Tony, what would extra information look like? We're asking for extra information just to understand what would it look like? What do you think would get? I have some views, but I'll ask your view.
Thank you. So we are thinking of it in a few different ways. We think there's a piece of work to do around the financial analysis, picking up on those debts and assets and what it looks like under each of the different scenarios. There is an element to this that we'd like to try and get more understanding around the actual functions of a regional council and how that would interplay into the scenarios. It's going to be a little bit dependent on the information that we can get. And there's also a piece in and around representation, just to try and understand that a little more and how we could go into the scenario best placing our community to have good representation and what that might look like. We are talking to Morrison and Lowe around some modelling work that they're developing at the moment, which we think could be quite useful. So we've got those connections happening in the background that might be able to give us a bit more in-depth assumption type analysis that we just won't be able to do in this time frame.
Councillor Wilson?
Just the debt scenarios and that, is that needed? Because if your representation and your governance is correct, the rest of it will fold. And that if we've got our representation right and we believe our community is represented, they would look after our community going forward. And if the debts and things of other councils, are we going to pick one because it's richer than the other? Or are we going to pick one because it has, the ethnic makeup's different? Or, because that's probably a question I'd ask at the outset. Your representation is the key to everything.
Yes, but I think debt is a relevant. Debts and assets are a relevant factor in the community's mind, I would have thought. And representation, I think, when you've got a multi-council merger, you can guarantee, even with the best possible representation for Ashburton won't have a majority. So I think great representation, won't mean you'll have a majority vote over a multi-council merger. And therefore, knowing some of those financial data sets might be a material factor for you.
Councillor Moffat?
I would like a bit more on the deliverability aspect, particularly of the provincial mid-North Canterbury, which I know the geographical distance is one of the weaknesses. So that's something I'm personally interested in having a bit more understanding of.
Tony?
Thank you. Councillor Moffat, could I just ask a little more on what you mean by deliverability? I'm just trying to, if I can meet their needs, then I just...
Sorry. I just know in one of the scenarios for that, deliverability was one of the weaknesses, and it said because of the geographic area, so I'm not quite sure. I presume that's deliverability of services, deliverability of...
Hamish?
I've got a slightly different view. I think the assessment criteria and the guidelines around deliverability is how easy is it to get the new council stood up, yes, as opposed to what services it delivers once it's in operation. So to me, the more parts that you have to put together, the harder it is to deliver by a certain time. The simplest thing is, less moving parts, but deliverability for a multi-council merger has more work and effort required to get it ready than a smaller merger.
Would that be appropriate to have a more understanding of that then?
Yeah, and that's only my view, and there may be other views as to what that means and how it's interpreted in the guidelines. But that's kind of what I thought it mostly meant.
Okay.
I'll go to Councillor Everest.
Whilst debt is important, infrastructure probably is even more important. You can have a low debt level and pretty horrible infrastructure. Do we have any way of measuring that, Tony?
Thanks, Councillor Everest. Potentially digging in through the infrastructure strategy and the assets condition to understand what's been going on there for the different councils. I'll have to turn my mind to it. I'll have a chat to some of the infrastructure teams and see what could be a useful sort of a metric.
Councillor Gilkison.
I'd like to support your suggestion to wait until after the mayoral forum, just given that anything can happen because it is dependent on our neighbours where they're thinking, and staff time is also important. We still have to adopt our annual plan, of which these people are involved. So there is one hand, yes, we're wasting time on the clock, but also I don't want to go too far down one track and then it just be derailed anyway. So I think getting that steer from others, I think we've got a good amount of information today. We can kind of see where we may or may not want to go, which can help Liz in her discussions.
Thank you. And I'm just looking at the report in the final page, which has the next steps. And, well, a lot of these are to be decided. We were looking at sort of further assessment options into early July, then possibly engagement, and then mid-July was when we were going to be making the Head Start decision and a proposal put forward on the 9th of August if we choose to go down that pathway. So while, yes, the clock is ticking and there's a lot to do before then, I think we still, if you look at that timeline, we do have our ducks in a row. Councillor Wilson.
In order to get, as you've said, some dates where you can do or what you do. If you want to buy the farm next door, you've got to have a willing seller, unless you're going to do a hostile takeover. So part of this is, I would have thought part of this program is we would first look and go, who is a willing partner? Therefore, that is a big step forward. If they're not a willing partner, well, we've got to think, how would we make them a willing partner? And that's really your start. And if they're not, if we can't get that willing partner scenario, we're nearly falling to the backstop under that scenario.
It's true.
And we don't need to do all this amount of work because it's not going to happen. So me and Liz is next Wednesday, but I think we need to make a point in time where we make that decision whether we've got willing partners to progress under the Head Start. Because you can wish what you want, but if you can't get it, you've done a lot of work for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Councillor
So
Cameron.
Liz, may I ask a question of you?
Yes.
You'll go to the mayoral forum and will you say, well, we're thinking about this, this and this, and you'll speak to different people and say, is this something you're considering? Because we'd have to know, if it's to Richard's point, we have to know whether we're going to invest in however many hours in consultation, and if it's a futile exercise, there's no point progressing it. Say, for example, I don't know, one of the potential partners or region said, no, we don't want to get involved with Ashburton. Well, we wouldn't bother.
And that's probably why last week we met with the Selwyn councillors and the Timaru councillors, and we've had meetings with ECAN about their functions, and we've got more meetings scheduled. So we're trying to do all that prep work, but we've one's really showing their cards at the moment.
No, that's
so
right.
I think that's why it is difficult to look at all these really good scenarios, read the report, which had so much good data and information in, but then still come up with, hang on, we're not 100% with what we want to do, and the clock is ticking.
So when did the mayoral forum or the mayors, have they given a time frame as to when they're going to try, because they want to do a submission all together?
Just remember my pen, the mayoral forum is not able to make a submission. The mayoral forum cannot make a proposal to the government. Only councils can. And therefore, the mayoral forum is literally a forum for the councils to try and make progress together so that individual councils can make decisions to either participate in the Head Start process or not. The mayoral forum cannot compel any council to do anything. It isn't able to make a submission on its own. It exists simply as a mechanism for the mayors to get together and see whether they can't thrash something out in the best interests of Canterbury because they're in the same room. That's their role. We don't know how that will play out on Friday. The mayoral forum has time. As I understand it, most of the mayors will be there, or their deputies. And who knows what will come from that discussion, which may or may not be helpful, impactful, or the opposite for your considerations. So it's a timing issue. Ideally, if that mayoral forum meeting had been prior to this kind of discussion, we might have been able to relay that information to you. But that meeting is on Friday.
I understand that, and I think they've articulated that quite well. So we'll just wait till Friday then and see what comes back, because YMAC may say, no, we're going to go for a unitary or whatever. We're not engaged, we're not bothered with anything.
Quite possibly.
That's right. And then the confounding factor remains, if you go back to the way in which the outline proposal eligibility or being accepted as structured, not every council has to agree. So there's a strong collegial spirit amongst the mayors of Canterbury, and I'm sure they'll be doing everything they can to come to a broad understanding that meets everyone's needs. But it is distinctly possible that not everyone's needs can be met, but that might not prevent councils putting in proposals that reflect the Mayoral Forum's view.
And I think what we do know this is a voluntary process for councils who are ready to take the next step. Okay, we need to take our next step. So is everyone happy to park recommendation number 2 until and discuss it in more detail at our workshop next week? Can I just have a show of hands? Yep. Against? Yep. Okay. We will move that forward. There's recommendation number 3 that council decides on further engagement opportunities. I think that can be discussed further depending on our workshop chats, but I think it would be good if there was an indication whether we wanted to do any engagement.
You mean consulting or
Consulting engagement?
Community engagement.
Community engagement.
Yeah.
Is there? Would anyone like to? So if you would like to move that recommendation, that we will, and we'll take the word decide out that council undertakes further engagement opportunities.
Or further community engagement. I'd like
further community engagement.
I'd like to move that recommendation.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Moffat? Any debate? Councillor Wilson?
I don't believe we should be going engagement or are you looking for consultation, engagement, or giving information? So I think if I had it clearer, I'd be more comfortable. If it's giving out information, yes, I think we should be putting information out there that tells people it is. But if I'm going to try and give information and consult, get money information back, it's quite hard to do that and as the consulting people down the end would say, it's hard to get a meaningful consultation, but I can meaningfully put information out there.
I'm pulling you into the debate, Tony. Well, if you could answer that question.
Thank you. Yes.
How would you see community engagement as being?
We see this as being more than just information giving. We see this as an opportunity to seek feedback from our community around potentially a range of options, and we'll use that as a way of informing and educating the community about the process and where we're at a certain point in time. Lots of caveats to it, as Janice outlined earlier, but we're prepared to do that. That's fine. It would be short, so probably 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks at best, and likely to be a form of a survey. But if you give us the direction today, we can bring you back a proposal to have at the conversation on Wednesday next week.
Councillor Gilkerson.
I was just going to echo what Councillor Wilson was saying, but it's good to have that extra information. I don't think anyone's going to say no to further engagement because we do need to continue engagement, but I guess it's just understanding exactly what it looks like is a little bit grey at the moment.
Councillor Cameron.
I totally support the officer's recommendation with regards to engagement. So a two-way sort of conversation, essentially.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Hooper.
Yep, I support. I think a survey with some information, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We can say, which of these options do you choose? We've put this one in because we see this. We haven't included this because we don't think the government will allow it. That sort of information with it could be valuable.
Councillor Wilson.
I see information very meaningful. I see two-way engagement pointless because we don't have any. We could say, do you want to go with WIMAC? And we know at the moment, I don't know, we potentially know that WIMAC say we don't want to go with you. So you're asking people for something that they can't have. So that's why I'd be giving information out because feedback will be meaningless. So I don't see any point in getting feedback because the questions will be that you can skew them, or not skew them, the right word, they can be asked in a certain way that people will go, yeah, that makes perfect sense, I want that, but they can't have it, we know that.
Right, a reply, Councillor Karen.
Thank you. I think it's essential that we communicate with the community. The feedback doesn't have to be A, B, C or D. The feedback can be, we think it's important that we're represented, or we think it's important that our roads are well maintained, or we think it's important that we look at like-minded communities, or are we looking at economic similarities? Like, it doesn't have to be A, B, and C, and I think we can steer the feedback to what is meaningful in this conversation. And if we inform the community that we don't know the cost of it, we don't know what we collect for managing the river rating district, managing the Hakaturi River, all those sorts of things, well, we won't seek that feedback, or we can have a chat about it. I think it's a conversation, essentially.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. I'm in support. All those in favour, aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, thank you everyone. So we'll move on now to item number 11, which is the implementation of in-house business unit. This is on page number 17. And we'll welcome Ulrich, Tanya and Neil up to the front table. And this report... The report is there on page 17, 18. We've got 3 appendixes. Are there any questions of the officers? Councillor Wilson.
Just finding the page, but I did have questions. If anybody else has a question, it's 3 waters we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep, just
You've
finding.
got a question there? Oh, so you have?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I've just got a question. So, independent member position, and it's not in place yet, but possibly may end up being someone who may not get a vote on the committee. Is that correct? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Everest. You've got a question.
Yeah, same question. I guess it's probably more about being an independent advisor as opposed to an independent member. If they've got the rules that have proposed change, that's come through since the committee meeting. So I think it is a significant change that we need to understand.
Thank you, Councillor Todd.
Thank you. The vote on item 21 on page 22, the voting rights for an independent member. Does the audit and risk independent member, does he have voting rights or not?
Yes, currently, but we're all responding to the proposed law change.
Okay.
That shows that unelected members of council committees will no longer have a vote. Now, that's not law yet, and even if it's passed, my understanding is the 6 months to work out what that all means for everyone, but that's what we're referring to by those independents.
Councillor Wilson.
Page 43, the skills matrix. You normally appoint an independent director because of the skills you're lacking around the board or around the committee. And of those skills there, I think some of the skills required are not required and some that aren't required. And I especially draw your attention to, number 1, technical experience in drinking water, wastewater and systems. We employ staff that are more than qualified in those things. Otherwise, we should be looking at ourselves if we don't have those skills in-house. So I think that's not required it's only desired. And then the one down the bottom, which I think is very important, experience operating and applying relevant 3 waters legislation and regulatory requirements. That's the massive elephant in the room, because councils don't work with Commerce Commission, and we haven't actually worked in that environment before. So a independent person that's got those skills and knows the limits you can do and what you've got to do, otherwise you go to jail, that would be a huge skill to our council. So I think we've gone down the traditional, we need people that know pipes. Well, they don't need to know anything about water, but they need to understand how the Commerce Commission, what it wants and regulatory wants.
Thank you. Is there any That was a question? No? It was a question, so have we got an answer for that? So can that be changed, so the skills matrix be changed, adjusted for that?
Yes, if that's everyone's agree. I don't know if everyone agrees with that or not, but we took a draft skills matrix to the Three Waters Committee. The Three Waters Committee discussed it. We've amended it, from that discussion. If councillors believe it can be further amended, then you're free to do that. We've put something up to help you make progress with this issue. If it needs amending, that's up to you.
Thank you. And just noting that Councillor Wilson's not on the Three Waters Committee, so this is your chance to speak on this, I guess.
Could I just, what we sometimes find a little bit hard is when there's one statement about something and we don't know if that's the will of council. We don't know whether you've changed that or whether it's just one person's view. So my urging is that if you have a view that it needs amending, you should do that via resolution of council, and then it's really clear what the will of council is. At the moment, we don't know whether that's a thing or not.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm not sure where you would make an amendment to anything on the recommendation. I think it would be an add-on to the recommendation. Would that be, is that how I would say it?
Well, yes. I mean, I would interpret, if it is the will of council, that there is, in the skills matrix, the water services expertise, the tick should go from required to desired, and the tick under the local government, the knowledge of local government process should go from, the one below, legislative and regulatory, the one below should go from desired to required, and that if that's what I think was being proposed, but I just simply don't know.
No, I understand. So I'll go for the first four first. If there's no other questions, we'll go to the first four recommendations, and then we'll come to that skills matrix one. So you'll see the four recommendations on page 17, the bottom of page 17. And then I'm going to ask for another recommendation on the skills matrix. Is that, am I not?
Well, my only point is the skills matrix is inside the terms of reference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, I've got a question.
Okay, well, you've got a question, you go forward.
I've got a question. Recommendation 1 is we approve the service level agreement, and I want to discuss that.
Now's the time. Well, have you got a question on it?
Well, I'll have to go back. I'm just going to hang up while I go back to the page. I was going to move that we move those, make a motion that we move those ticks across. Just on the page.
So we've got recommendation 1 that council approves the draft service level agreement contained in appendix 1.
I found the page.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? We've got, in a manner that promotes the current and future interests of the community by ensuring water services are provided in a flexible, cost-effective, financially sustainable and accountable manner. Now that, I'm happy with that, and I would move that we accept that, but we have been told that it's in the water services plan, and that we can't change anything, but now we're introducing a flexible and also cost-effective, which I think is wonderful. So I would like to move that, but I have a question around what that actually means.
I think it goes to the way in which you deliver on the things you're committed to in the water services delivery plan. It doesn't mean you get to vary your obligations to compliance and to the regulator. It means that you might have choices as to how you do that. Okay,
so we can alter, for example, if there was a more efficient way of improving ocean farms, delivery, we can look into that.
Not improving, meeting the regulator's requirements.
Yeah, okay.
So if there's a better way to meet the regulator's requirements in the time frame that they require, then of course that is something that the committee should be wrestling with. But you can't not meet the requirements.
No, I understand that, I understand that. The other, can I carry on?
Yep.
Meeting frequency, monthly meeting, which we've been doing up till now. Committee members should not be, or an as required basis. What does that mean? A minimum of monthly, but more often if needed, or not a minimum of month? I mean, I'd like to see a regular, especially while it's new, regular monthly minimums, not less than monthly.
So that's the regular rhythm of the meeting is every month, but you might have a crisis and the chairman might call a meeting as required within that.
Sure. So I think that just needs a bit of making sure that because it's got, will meet on a monthly meeting cycle or on an as required basis determining by the chair and group manager. So I think if we can say to a minimum of, once a month, not to, because the chair or the group manager may say, we don't need to meet this month, we'll meet quarterly. Do you understand what I'm saying, Neil?
More frequently if required.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, fine. I'll turn my light off.
Okay, Councillor Everest.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit concerned about this, and that it wasn't, perhaps as I understood it under the consultation process, with the internal business unit, which, as I understood at that stage, was a ring-fenced unit without having independent directors, if you like, overseeing the operation and all the expenses that entailed. But under the service agreement, there is no ability to set a budget. There is no ability to control expenditure, and I look at it specifically and say that council could throw any amount of overheads at that unit, and the unit has to swallow it. It doesn't actually say within the agreement that they have to be, shall we put it, identified to that particular business unit. So I'm a little concerned in terms of signing off on that level of service agreement, that it is not totally clear enough what's involved in this.
Hamish?
Our intention is to have a really clear signal that the business unit it remains part of council, and it has obligations, opportunities and responsibilities because of that structure that the council adopted, and that the business unit should not be spending time, energy and effort and resource on challenging internal arrangements within council. It should be focusing on the work of delivering the water services as part of council. And it's a clear distinction, I suppose, councillor, from a separate company, like a CCO, which might well have contestable arrangements either with its parent council or to the external market. And our clear intent here is to show that council's adopted mechanism is an internal business unit. It isn't a separate company that gets to spend time and energy on challenging some of those internal arrangements. So remembering the council is ultimately the governing body for everything at council, including the business unit, and you will set the overheads as council. So I imagine that council will do that thoroughly, thoughtfully and carefully to be fair to all parts of council, including the business unit. And the chances of council ramming unmeasurable or unjustifiable things against the business unit is slim, because it's you as councillors that will get to make those choices. So we've used the example, for example, of where the business unit, where they're located. We don't want our business unit to waste time seeing whether there's a cheaper office somewhere in the Ashburton district and leaving a hole upstairs. That they're part of council. That there's some things they need to focus on, which is about delivering the water services as efficiently as possible, not some of those external arrangements that might have been available to the water services if they were indeed an arm's length separate company. That's not what council did. They created a business unit inside council. So that's what that's tended to show.
I understand that. Oh, sorry.
No, do you have another question, Councillor Everest?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. That's right.
Councillor Cameron?
No, well, I'm happy for, I was going to move motions one,
I think we'll take them all separately.
I'll move the first one, please, with the changes as per our discussion with regards to the service level agreement.
Okay. So, do I have a seconder for that, Councillor Maxwell?
I just want to make a comment about the reporting. On page 32, and you've got the IBU will submit quarterly progress to the Department of Internal Affairs, but do they not change their name to MCERT on the 1st of July this year?
Yeah, I think that is.
So would we need to correct that to acknowledge the change to MCERT?
I think so. We'll send it to the relevant government department.
Yeah.
We'll do what's needed.
Okay, so we have recommendation number 1 that council approves the draft SLA contained in Appendix 1 with your changes. Have they?
No, just to clarify, that's resolution number 2. That's the terms of reference.
Oh, okay. Right. So would someone like to move, Councillor Cameron moves number 1, seconder Councillor Gilkison, any debate? Put the motion, all those in favour, aye. Against? Carried. Recommendation,
Recorded, please.
you'd like that recorded? Recommendation number 2. Councillor Wilson, do you want to test this one?
Yes. Number 2, I'd like to add an amendment to the bottom that the proposed skills matrix is amended to 1, which is water services expertise being changed from required to desired, and 2, legislative and regulatory, which is number 10, is changed from desired to required.
I'm going to go to Philippa. But you'll just need to turn your light on. Oh, it's the wrong one. Hang on. Oh, no, you've got the wrong one. Yeah, you turn. Richard, you turn your light off, please. We don't have the correct one up here. Oh, it's just warming up. Okay. Right, now it's
Yeah,
good.
Philippa, it's going now. Oh, it was, it stopped again.
Sorry, and I'm happy to do that, but I wondered if it would be sufficient in that I've recorded just ahead of that exactly what change has been requested on the skills matrix, and if the resolution just amended terms of reference, including the skills matrix, and then continue on to part 2 of the resolution. Thanks.
Are you happy with that? Yes. Yep. Councillor Cameron, second. Okay, any debate? Everyone clear on that resolution? Councillor Gilkison?
The water services expertise, I think, definitely needs to be required. We're standing up a water business unit, and I know that we have the skills in-house, but it seems strange if we were going to go and get someone on the board who didn't know anything about water because it was just desired. Like, I think that it is a baseline of what we need. And was the second one local government that you wanted to change from desired to required?
Sorry, the one below that, Councillor.
Legislation and regulatory. So that is where I think you can actually take advice. So I think that is desired because we do have our in-house legislative knowledge. So I think that can stay as desired, if I'm honest. So I don't support this one at all.
Councillor Wilson?
The reason I changed number 1 is because the best knowledge in the space is in the electricity sector at the moment. They're regulatory by Commerce Commission. They're actually, this is how they live and die, and that's what we found when we were talking to EA Networks. They, earlier in our piece about it, one of their strengths was their regulatory and they live under a very regulated environment. So if we're looking for an independent and they turned up and they didn't know anything about water, but they lived in that regulatory environment, they'd be a great asset to our governance because they would bring that knowledge of what you can and can't do, and that would become a regulatory, because that is my fear, that we make a mistake or we're not aware that how important the regulatory environment is going to be going forward for us.
Councillor Everest, speak.
It's just following up on the comments from Councillor Gilkinson, that I think still, despite Richard's comments, the first item is still important. I can't pull it up on my screen at the moment, but as a peer review.
Thank you.
I guess my second point on that also is that we actually aren't appointing independent member of the committee. It's probably going to be an independent advisor to the committee.
Yes. Thank you. We're still in debate. Any more speakers for or against? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. I will take 3 and 4 together. Would someone like to move both of those? Do I have a mover? Councillor Hooper. Seconder? Councillor Wilson. Any debate? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We're now going to have to move into public excluded. We have a deputation now. Sorry, Jono, this should only take us about 10, 15 minutes. So do I have a mover to go into public excluded? Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Moffat, all those in favour, aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. going to skip to the draft dog control bylaw and policy, just because we have a staff member that can't stay. So that's item number 14 on page 76. Phil Everest, you're welcome to zip away at any time. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming on, and we'll catch up soon. And then we probably just need to go back into open.
Thanks, Liz. Thank you.
So thank you. We are back into our open meeting, and we have just jumped to item number 14, which is the draft dog control policy and bylaw consultation on page 76. Welcome Mel, Rick and Ian up to the table. Councillors, you would have read all the information provided on this bylaw and policy in the consultation, draft consultation document. Do you have any questions for the officers, please? Councillor Maxwell.
I have one on page 153. Under point 23, where a person is responsible for the slaughter of the livestock in urban areas, would there not also be a requirement for them to meet the regulations of the Animal Welfare Act?
Sorry, is that under the draft dog control, or is that keeping of animals?
Oh, sorry, it's in the keeping of animals on page 153.
Yeah, I think you are.
Gone too far.
You have gone too far, sorry. So we've got the bylaw there, the policy, and we've also got the draft cemeteries bylaw in there, and as well as the consultation document. Any other questions, Councillor? I did have one, and it's on the section of land, and I will find the page in a moment, on Racecourse Road, well, corner of Farm Road and Racecourse Road, and I think it was in response to the Argyle Park and maybe having a new area in there, and I know it's an old forestry block or shingle block. I don't think you've done any more research on whether it would work or not, but it's in the document, so is that just for people to respond to?
Through the chair, it was, yes, as you mentioned, added because it was discussed in the workshop as to whether there was any other council-owned land that could be used in future as a dog exercise area in Allenton, and that was one of the pieces of land that was identified. But as mentioned in the report, it's currently leased until 2029, so it could be something to look into in a future review.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilkerson.
Are we talking about the consultation document as well?
Yes.
My question was just around, so in all the exercise areas you've got support, do not support, but I wondered if we could add in an unconcerned or don't know option, purely because if you've got someone who is from Methven and really wants to share their Methven views, but they actually don't use any of the ones in Ashburton, and then they just tick support, 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 it may be an unfair representation of that.
Through the chair, the questions won't be required to be answered, so they could leave those ones blank, but we could add in a unsure option if you'd like.
Yeah, I think it would be worth it, just so people know they don't have to support or not support.
Councillor Cameron.
I'd like to talk about Argyle Park, if
Sure.
I may, in the proposal.
Page 96.
Page 96, correct, the maps. We have discussed effective control, but what say, and I'm going to hark back to a gentleman I alluded to earlier who had a terrible accident with a dog when it was supposed to be under effective control, but it was not under effective control, and it was in a off-leash area. What happens as a result of that? Like, how are we going to monitor this? Like, when I look, can I just carry on? Sorry. When I look at the Argyle Park area, we've got green, we've got quite a narrow little pathway, which I assume is a pathway, where people cycle on that pathway. So we're expecting dogs, cyclists and walkers to be on that same pathway. with the caveat that the dogs are off leash, but they're under effective control. So they'll run away and sniff other dogs, won't they, and run down the creek and do what dogs do. Do you think that's reasonable around quite a highly used area for walkers and strollers and bikers and things? That's my point. I wonder if this is appropriate area to have off leash.
So we workshop this, and this is what's come out of our workshop. Rick, I'll go to you.
Thank you, through the chair. Our contractors have really welcomed this definition of under effective control, because at the moment it's too broad an area. They welcome the opportunity to be able to challenge people to say, well, okay, recall your dog, and monitor in that way accordingly.
Can I ask another question?
Another question,
If we get consultation on this document and it's great and it'll go ahead, this will be reviewed in 3 years' time with other bylaws, is that right? I don't know, what's the turnover for this bylaw review?
Thank you, through the chair. We're just confirming on this one.
Through the chair, the review, since the last time we reviewed was 5 years, so I think we were planning to leave it at 5-year reviews.
5 years.
Right, Councillor Wilson.
It's pretty Argyle Park. I just expressed my concern. The will of council was to have a larger area in the workshop for dogs off leash, but I just would highlight again that we have dogs off leash within, I think it's within 5 metres of playgrounds. So the 2 playgrounds there are, we've dogs off leash within very close to 2 playgrounds. And I'd just like to highlight that to councillors. That's what we're doing now. We've got Dobermans within 2 metres of a playground, or I think it's 5 metres, sorry.
Councillor Hooper.
I actually think it's only one, but one, yeah. I received an email after the council brief that I wrote about the doggies, and the couple that emailed, lovely couple, said there was a very good community of dog walkers in Argyle Park, and they were very, very happy, or will be very happy to see that. They didn't see any problem. They've been walking their dog there for years. It was helping them integrate as part of their integrational farm into town, and so they said they've never seen an incident that's well controlled, and there's a really good community of dog walkers there.
Okay, we seem to be getting into debate. So this is questions on the consultation, and I guess that's the exact kind of feedback that we want to hear, as well as every other piece of feedback in that consultation. Are there any more questions on the report? If not, there is a recommendation on page 77. And the consultation is going out from the 15th of June to the 15th of July. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Wilson? No. Councillor Moffat?
Yep, I'd like
You'd like to move that? A seconder? Councillor Cameron?
No.
No?
I wanted to move it in parts, but we're going to do it all together, or just part 1, part 2, part 3.
I'm going to move it all together. Councillor Moffat, you'd like to move that?
Yes, I'd like to move that all together. I think it's a good update. It's, I think, a sensible approach. It's not unbalanced. And I think some of the language has been changed, and it looks good, and I fully support this.
Seconder, Councillor Hooper?
Happy, yep.
Debate. Councillor Gilbertson?
Just checking that that's with the amendment that I put through.
Yes.
Thank you. Then yes, I support.
Councillor Cameron?
I support parts of it, but I don't support the recommendation in its entirety. The reason being, I think Argyle Park off leash is it's a very residential area and mainly walkers, and I do actually know of one gentleman that I have communicated who had a terrible accident as a result of a dog being off leash and not under effective control, and it wasn't a big Rottie or Doberman or anything, it was a little midgety thing. I don't know what it was. So I certainly don't support this, and I don't think there's a 5-year review. I don't think it's frequent enough, and I think we haven't considered all the other implications of it.
I support it because it goes out to consultation, and the concerns will be, we've got concerns around this table, so I'm sure the community have concerns, and if people have major concerns, they'll submit and we'll get the desired outcome.
Yes. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Against? Carried, thank you. Thanks, everyone. We are now going back to item number 12, which is the Methven Community Board Terms of Reference, and that is on page 44. And this is the updated Terms of Reference that are attached there, page 44. And the terms of reference have been attached. Just a question from me. So this has gone through to the Methven Community Board, and they have looked at it and are happy with that, and it's gone to now coming to council for approval.
That's correct.
Yes. Councillor Wilson.
With respect to 7B, the Mount Hutt Memorial Board, and I'm looking at the motion that was put through back, and it says the council supports the proposal in principle to establish a community trust to operate and manage the Methven Mount Hutt Memorial Hall and request 4 monthly updates on progress from the community. I'm just interested to understand, does that mean that they put it in place and they come back, or because at the time there was concerns of, there was real concerns about how that would work out. So I'm just wondering, because this reads that they can do it, it's confirmed, but so it's confirmed and it comes back to us. So I just want to get that nailed down so there's no uncertainty.
No, the understanding is that they will come back to council. Yeah.
Yes, and Tanya and I met with the chair a couple of weeks ago and made a request that they came and did an update to council at some stage. Okay, there's a recommendation there on page 44. Thanks, Tanya. Would someone like to move that recommendation? Councillor Hooper.
Thank you.
Councillor Todd, seconding. Any debate? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item number 13 is elderly persons housing policy and adopt for consultation. And we have Lou on screen. Nice to see you, Lou. And Renee and Helen. And Mark. Got the lot. Good. So this is on page 52. So the appendix is the draft Elderly Persons Housing Policy 2026, and there is a draft consultation document. Does anyone have any questions on this report? Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. I'm on page 2. Elderly persons housing is not considered social housing.
Page 2 of
the elderly persons housing policy.
Oh, okay.
Which is page 62, I think, of the whole Stella
okay.
thing. And I go down, then I read that, and I go down to priority eligibility applies to applicants who meet all of the following criteria. And there's discretionary eligibility. The discretionary eligibility excludes specifically social housing. It is still elderly persons housing, but they may not meet. It's a rhetorical question. Yeah.
Renee?
Correct.
Yeah.
So there's no situation in which our elderly persons housing would be used as social housing at all.
This is for elderly persons housing.
Thank you. It's just that's a little bit ambiguous, that comment. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this? Councillor Gilkison.
There's been a lot of work done with pre-engagement and making sure that we take people on the journey, and I guess with all your figures that you've done to make sure that to weigh up the affordability. So I just wondered how the MSD drop-in sessions have been going. Have they been well attended?
Through the chair, to the first one we had 8, and to the second one we had 7. and we know that some of our tenants have made direct appointments with MSD. We'll have further information once we come to the deliberation stage.
Thanks.
Councillor Cameron?
There's a few things in here. Show a housing need which cannot be met adequately elsewhere. How are you measuring that?
Through the chair. So that's so if they're able to get rental housing elsewhere, so through the private market they're able to actually obtain that kind of housing, then that's how we're meeting that. So for this one here, that elderly person's housing is pretty much the only avenue available to them. They've tried with the other places as well, and they've been unable to get through.
So you ask the people, have you tried to get common, and they say yes we have, and we can't get anywhere else, and they Haven Housing's full up or wherever else they. So it's a question really, and then be compatible with other elderly person housing residents in the opinion of the council officer. That seems a tricky thing for the council officer to deal with.
It is a bit tricky, but what we're trying to do is to make sure that this is quite condensed housing. So we've got a lot of people in a small amount of space. And so quite often you can tell whether they're going to cope with the types of neighbours that you might have next door. So the types of things that we might take into account is, let's just say that we have a group there that might be quite elderly. So they might be in their 80s. So you might want to have somebody there in their early older years to make sure that you've kind of got the right fit happening nearby. Or
Not.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I just think that's a very difficult thing. I'm quite familiar with the area. Now, I want to go on to the gnarly question of animals. I understand with the latest regulations, you can't say no cats, no dogs, no mice or whatever. So people are allowed to have an animal as long as you get a copy of a desexing certificate. Is that for cats?
Primarily, but that will be for animals.
Or for any animal, like a parrot?
Well, probably not a parrot, no.
Cats and dogs.
But dogs are in another category. I don't think dogs are necessarily approved, are they? You've got another category in here for dogs.
Yeah, with the dogs, in the past policy, what we've made the change is to reflect the change in the legislation. There's just been a recent case law that has actually brought this to light. There has been the first decision. So we just needed to update that to reflect that so that we can make it on a case-by-case decision based on all the information that we have.
And for clarity for anybody watching, service dogs do not have to go through this special process. But if somebody turned up with a big guard dog or an aggressive looking dog, you may say that's not appropriate to go in this.
We will consider it on the merits on the application and based on where they're proposing to be situated.
Councillor Gilkison.
I was also going to ask about the dogs and changing the clause. So do we receive feedback, or have we, from tenants or prospective tenants already about dogs?
Through the chair, no. So this is purely reflecting the legislative change that has come in between when this was last reviewed and now.
Okay. And I've just got one more question, which I know in workshops it's been told, but when I was reading this again, I didn't see it obviously there. So we're proposing moving to a minimum 80% of market rate. What current percent are we at?
Around 55%.
So the current rent is at 55% of market rate.
I just have a question first before Councillor Cameron. So the consultation is open until the 26th of July. When does that start? Is it open for a little bit longer than our usual month?
No, it opens on the 25th of June.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that there. And are you, I guess, we've done the pre-engagement, and are you getting, has the consultation document, will it go to each individual tenant, and will you require some sort of pop-up or some kind of help from our councillors and myself to sort of, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, but to go out and sort of help with that consultation.
Yeah,
time,
so
I
there'll
guess.
be a direct contact with tenants in terms of the
the word.
consultation, and obviously the wider community opportunity for feedback, including sort of key stakeholders that have an interest. I think we had talked about the potential of councillors being or visiting social housing units to help or to support that. I'm not sure, Lou, have you got any comments on that, where we got to?
Yes, we are still finalising the engagement plan with the comms team, but the idea was that if possible, council would be involved in having conversations, localised at a block, potentially Friendship Lane being the biggest.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Cameron, another question?
Yes, I have, thank you. At the moment, where some of the houses are let out at 55% of market rate, that is presumably a reflection of their condition, or because the newer homes are at market rate, aren't they?
The newer homes are at 80% of market. So any kind of percentage of market would absolutely reflect the condition that it's in. So
if somebody's paying 55% market rate as they are currently, as per your response earlier, that would not necessarily go up if their condition was not at the 80%.
It would still be 80% of market. So if the unit's of a lesser standard, it'd still be 80% of that lesser standard.
That's
Correct.
my point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Erin.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you. It's just really a comment. I note that Kangaroo or Housing New Zealand are also adopting the 80% market rate anyway. So I'm sure our tenants be aware of what's actually happening out in the marketplace.
Thank you. There's a recommendation there on page 52, which does have the date of 25th of June to 26th of July. Sorry, hadn't seen that. And that we approve the draft elderly persons housing policy and consultation document for public consultation. Would someone like to move that, Councillor Maxwell?
Lou's got a hand up.
Oh, sorry, Lou, did you have a comment?
Sorry, it was just in relation to the market rate. It's probably just worth noting that this is a change in mechanism for how rents are calculated. So while the rents are currently at 55%, that's not how it's calculated as such. It's just based on a dollar amount. So it's probably just worth making a note of that.
Thank you. Councillor Moffat, you'd like to move that recommendation?
I was going to just ask a follow-up question from that.
Okay,
I'm moving.
You're moving? Okay, I'll get a seconder. Councillor Maxwell, second. You want to? Yes, you can quickly ask that question.
Can you turn your light off?
It is.
Thanks, Lou. Can you just elaborate on that? What does that mean when you said a dollar rate? Can you just help me understand? What would that mean to somebody in a unit in Friendship Lane that had not been done up and required extra work?
So the policy as it stands at the moment is a $10 increase per year.
Yes.
But it's not based on market rate at the moment. So we've calculated that works out at about 55% of market rate, but then that's not the intention of the policy at the moment. So moving to 80% is a change in how rent is calculated.
Thank you. I understand that distinction. Do you know what that would mean in terms of dollar rate for those at 55% or a lesser payment, or not really?
There's a whole range depending on the market rental for that particular standard of unit.
So the standard of unit would still be taken into consideration?
Because that's what drives the market rent.
Okay, I have a mover and a seconder. Is there any debate? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Against? Carried. Thank you all. Thanks, Lou. Are you staying on or are you off? See you.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we're moving now to item number 15, which is the keeping of animals, bees and poultry bylaw, and we have the draft consultation there on page 147, and we welcome Femke and Ian up to the front. Councillor Moffat.
I had the same question that Jeanette was going to pose earlier around the humane slaughter. Is that covered in another policy of how animals need to be slaughtered?
Apologies, sorry, I wasn't at the previous so if you could please repeat the question. Sorry.
Page 153,
yes,
talking about people slaughtering livestock in urban areas, and it says it should not be a nuisance. Doesn't state how much of a nuisance it would be to the livestock being slaughtered. So do we need something in there that covers humanely?
Through the chair, so the bylaw itself references other legislation like the Animal Welfare Act. So that is stated as a related document. So the reference is there. If you want us to be more specific in the clause, that's to consider.
I don't think it would hurt to add in a humane manner, personally.
Yep, noted, yep. So maybe just before, just as a head start, this clause is actually proposed to consider by council. It's not currently in the draft, and the feedback from the last workshop was that this was something council wanted us to prepare a proposal for, and it's still to confirm by council if you wish to add it to the bylaw.
Is there a view to add it to the bylaw? Councillor Maxwell?
My view would be that we make a reference to the Animal Welfare Act within the bylaw, because the chances are someone's not going to go for a hunt to go through the Animal Welfare Act to find it, because it's quite a chunky document. Yeah.
Councillor Moffat?
Are you asking to add this to the? I would like to see it added.
Okay, do we, because the recommendation, could we add it to the, sorry, I'll just have to read this. So how do you want,
Through chair, there's option 2 is there available to adopt the bylaw with this changing, with the amendment?
Oh, okay.
So that is one of the options available for council.
Thank you. Right. Sorry, I'm feeling a bit lost. Okay, we have a recommendation there. So shall I take that in separate parts then? Councillor Cameron?
In related documents, in the actual bylaw on page 160, it's got Animal Welfare Act. I presume the Animal Welfare Act gives prescriptive advice on how to humanely slaughter an animal, I am suggesting. So is it just an unnecessary words, more words? It's in there. I mean, it's in there.
Okay, councillors, there is a recommendation on the bottom of 147 and 148. I will take your direction.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
Pig keeping. Why are pigs not allowed to be kept?
What page are you on?
Page 162 at the top of it. Page 162 in Stella, I think. I guess. Yeah, 160. I've lost it now.
162, you're correct, right at the top.
Pigs are particularly identified as not being allowed to, and I thought they were particularly clean animals.
They may appear to be clean animals, but the disease associated with them is quite widespread.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
The point of clarification, the Animal Welfare Act is a state statute, so it would override anything we do, is that correct?
In terms of overriding the bylaw, yes.
So I think we don't need to put it in here because it's already overrides it. So if someone was doing something
You're correct,
inhumane, it
yeah.
would be overridden by all the work that's been put in there for treatment humane and all the rest of it, wouldn't it? So just to Councillor Moffat's question about putting it in, it's actually already in there effectively, isn't it? Because we've...
I did ask the question.
Yeah. So from that, could I put the motion, because I feel it's in already, could I put a motion 1, 2 and 3 together?
Yes, you can. Seconder, Councillor Moffat. Any debate? No, Councillor Cameron.
I support the motion. I particularly like the fact that cats are microchipped and neutered in the document, and I think that's important. And I support the motion. Thank you.
And this is going out for consultation from the 15th of June to the 15th of July. Do I have any more speakers for or against? Councillor Moffat.
I would like to agree with Councillor Cameron that it's time that cats are taken into consideration, and that the issue of nuisance cats is dealt with in a humane and considerate manner.
Thank you. Would you like a right of reply, Councillor Wilson? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Next, we go to item number 16, the rating boundary maps review 26-27 on page 180. And welcome Tayoba and Tony up to the table. And there's a number of different maps, boundaries that have been changed. Any questions, councillors? So these would come into effect
From 1st of July 2026.
2026. Yeah. 20. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Gilkerson.
How often do you look at these maps?
For last 3 years, we have started this practice annually. Previously, rating boundary maps were part of revenue and financing policy. And during the last review, we took them out from the policy because every time we wanted to change a boundary map, that would require a policy review. So we took that document out, and now we do it annually before the adoption of annual plan or long-term plan, so that this document or the updated boundaries can feed into the rating resolution.
And do your changes usually just revolve around subdivisions, or?
It depends. Some changes can be more significant that can require consultation with the affected properties. And in some cases, in this year we have this scenario, but we could have different scenarios each time.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
When you look at the map on page 187, which is the blue map, essentially, rating area map, Ashburton water supply, does that include the new road going down there and potential subdivisions along that road, or will that be reviewed next year?
I'm not sure about which road.
The new road we're building as a result of the bridge, which will be, I'm guessing, it's sort of to the east of the top of that line, isn't it? Is that right, Mark or Tony?
Yeah, I think that road is included in the map that is there now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. On that basis, I'd like to make a move option 1, if that's okay with the Mayor.
The recommendation 1 and 2 on page 180.
Page 187, options analysis, option 1, council approves the rating boundary changes as proposed.
Yeah, and there's a recommendation on 180 which has, sorry, let me get to the right. Yeah.
Yeah, all of them.
All of them. Yeah. Okay. So you'll move that. Councillor Hooper, second. Any debate or speakers for or against? Thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Okay, we have. Yeah. I'm just going to finish the next one. So we've just got two more items and then we will take a short break. We have the Mayor's report on page 190. I'll take that as read and I will move that we receive my report. Seconded, Councillor Maxwell, or did you have a question?
Another comment, we haven't done draft cemeteries yet, I don't think.
That was part of the dog bylaw.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
But yes.
Were you happy to second that? Yep. All those in favour? You've got a question?
Question on 21st of May, you met with Molly Blaine at Wakanui Beach.
Yes.
With Councillor Ellis. So I understand there's been some controversy down there with some trees cut down. Is that, where will that, has that been referred to anybody, or will there be something come from that, or?
So we met with Molly. Unfortunately, Tony's not in the room, and I'm not sure where that will go. I did discuss it with Tony when I came back. Any other questions on my report? If not, I'll put the report. All those in favour, aye. Against, carried, thank you. And item number 18 on page 192 is Councillors Reports. So this was on the Zone 5 and 6 sector meetings. A report from Councillor Todd on page 192 and a report on from Councillor Moffat on page 193. Would someone like to move that we receive those reports? Councillor Maxwell? Councillor Hooper? All those in favour, aye. Against, carried. Thank you. We'll now move into committee. Mover, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Gilkison. All those in favour, aye. Thank you, carried. We'll just take a short 10-minute break since we have been going for